Welcome in YouTube. How's it going? Welcome back to another video. I started the stream on Twitch and started yapping, so I thought I'd cut that bit out of the YouTube video because we had some monitor talk to talk about. Right, so we need to interview guys. The thing is, on this playthrough, I need to do a bad cop playthrough, but
coming up blank, and this place sure isn't it.
Yeah, that's the thing. They use the same panels, right? But I can get the Gigabyte one right now for 410, and that's euros. Oh, pounds. Okay, is that 4K and 32? Because the other part of me was like, because I thought about going for a 1440p monitor because that's what I play at. So arguably that's all I need. But if I'm going to spend more than £500 on something, it needs to be future-proof. I can't be buying a £500-600 monitor that 4 years down the line is limited in resolution. I can't do that because then I have to throw that one away, and that's what they want basically. But yeah, 1440p, 27 inches. Oh fuck! Sorry, there's fucking ants everywhere. I am really not in a good way today, chat. I apologise. Fucking ants all over my flat everywhere, and they're doing my head in.
For only 3 nights.
I'm not in a good place today, chat. I'm sorry.
You had to be somewhere.
Where is home? Dress is coming up blank. But you've been in this hostel for only 3 nighs, though, have you, before? Had to be somewhere. I don't know, south, maybe?
Why did you say that? You don't really know, do you? Something produced by the random firing of synapses doesn't sound like a place you can stay if you run out of money.
Welcome in, Solipsist. How's it going, dude? Good to see you.
Entertain the thought when you get the time. Maybe being a hobo and a cop has its advantages.
Right, so have I got the Hobo Cop achievement? Let me just check. Oh, hang on, I'm capturing the monitor rather than the game. Okay, I think I'm going to go back to doing that because I don't think there was much... I don't think there was much advantage to capturing the game directly rather than just capturing the TV as like a display capture, so fuck it. Right, so do I have the Hobo Cop achievement? So, suit up, you're the law. Probably won't mind. 7 deranged star lines, say 10 traditionalist things. Bang on 5 inanimate objects. Pale Runner, 57's finest. They do nothing. Incredibly boring things. Art Cop, employ critical theory. No, I don't think we have got the Hobo Cop achievement. So, we'll do that on this playthrough if possible. Yeah, fuck it. You know what? Even if I've got it, I don't care. I just... Whatever. Right, excuse me. On Amazon right now it's 484. My VAT is 25%. Not sure if you guys have the same VAT. We do have VAT involved, yeah. But Andy Burnham, our new Prime Minister, is going to start removing the VAT. And they're going to remove the VAT on electricity bills, so that should help make it a bit cheaper. And I mean, my energy provider sent me an email saying they're going to lower my energy bill anyway. So yeah, I'm hoping that for the first time since my new job of getting pay rises and bonuses and stuff, I'm actually going to have a situation where my disposable income will actually increase and I can actually do a bit more. Because for the last few years, because the country's been completely on its fucking arse, like every time I've got a pay rise, it's just, it doesn't make a difference because everything has tripled in price. But if a few things go down in price, I finished paying off a loan, my wages have gone up a little bit. And if my electricity bill goes down a little bit, it means I can start saving 100-ish quid a month. That means, over the course of a year, I'll have £1,000 to go on a day trip to, parts of Europe, which I think will be nice. Maybe even stretch to an Airbnb for like maybe a couple £100 and do a weekend, Saturday, Sunday, depending on how it works. But yeah, I'm looking forward to that. But yeah, but yes, welcome in, Dill. It's good to see you. Yeah, it'd be nice to be, because the thing is, like, I love streaming, I love hanging out with you guys, and I love, I love my little routine, but I haven't been to enough art galleries. I haven't been to enough museums. I haven't met and seen enough friends. I've kind of let this illness get on top of me, and I've allowed the depression to kind of convince me that I'm not going to do anything. And right now, the only two main things that I focus on are like Twitch and streaming, and Battlefield 6. Those are the only two things that I'm really kind of focused on. I've got golf as well, but that's like a lifelong thing. But yeah, the fact that at the moment, the two things that I'm sort of focusing on, Twitch streaming and playing Battlefield 6, and they're both kind of shit. I feel like I need to start doing some more stuff, like other stuff that has less of a chance of being, you know, soul-crushingly depressing because of how bad it can be. So yeah, I don't know. Like at 41, I'm not as active as I used to be, and I knew that was going to happen. I knew I was going to slow down at some point. But yeah, I still feel like I should be, you know, getting on the train to go to London more often, hopping on the fucking Channel Tunnel, the fucking Eurostar, to Paris, and then going from Paris and getting a train from there to Spain or whatever. You know, it takes a few days, but, you know, then I go and see a skateboard competition or a band playing somewhere in Europe, and it's just, the vibes are always so fucking immaculate. And obviously after Brexit, it's not quite as cheap or as easy. But it's not something that I shouldn't let it stop me. While I'm young and I haven't got kids, yeah. I'll come kidnap you from a proper Amsterdam trip. I'd like to go back to Amsterdam, not for the reasons people think, obviously. But yeah, it's another part of Europe. Europeans are lovely, you know, and who knows? Maybe we'll have a few edibles and eat some apple pie, which is a good one. Might go to an island soon as a day trip. Very interesting place, very interesting houses, an old-fashioned salt factory. Been there before, but it was like 17 years ago. Well, I hope it's as good as you remember. And I hope you can take your camera and get some nice pictures of the wildlife around there. If it's an island, you might see some fish and some seafaring birds, like the one that's on this fucking counter here that we broke last night when we were drunk in the game. But yeah, I'm thinking about that monitor. I think that if I can get a 4K... 175 hertz. I don't need 240. That's fucking ridiculous. 175 is going to be more than enough. 120 FPS is way too much for me anyway. 4K means it's future-proofed. It's HDR. I can watch movies on it and stuff. And yeah, I think that being able to have a screen in front of me here rather than the TV the other side of the room will help. But yeah, 600 quid's a fair bit. But yeah. Duel, thank you for the streak. I appreciate that, dude. Don't be coy. I'm buying. Won't be wildlife, but landscape stuff. But yes, you kind of been getting more into the landscape stuff as well. I wonder if you can get any nice tilt shift stuff with the sea, because the horizon. The interesting thing about not tilt shift, but like doing like deliberate movement within an exposure, is the horizon is often dead flat. So everything else but the horizon looks all blurry, but the horizon stays like razor sharp. There's the sort of difference in color. But it's a real picture, not like a Photoshop where you can just put two colours next to each other. But yeah, intended camera movement. Yeah, that's the one. Thank you for the 5-stream streak, dude. I appreciate that, dude. How are you doing? It's good to see you. But yes, Barcelona, Amsterdam, fucking Berlin, fucking Lithuania, just so many places. You know, and there's obviously Japan and New Zealand and everything have been on the list forever, but they're so far away. But yeah, I need to be a bad cop in this playthrough, so I don't really want to ask anything about the case.
Absolutely out of the question.
Absolutely in the question.
Going to Florence next year
First
in the spring. Florence looks beautiful.
Then we sing this place to shit.
Because I was staying in Lake Como, not in the lake obviously, but on Lake Como or near Lake Como. And I think my family went to Florence, but I was unwell. I had COVID in the middle of a holiday, which is, yeah, just great timing. Some absolute fucking clown had COVID and decided to not wash their hands, not wear gloves and not wear a mask, and obviously go to one of the shops or whatever that I go to and then touch and cough on things and then fucking give me COVID. But yeah. Firenze. But yeah, Italy is a beautiful country. It's very fucking disorganized. Like nobody really knows how anything works, and like for someone like me, that's really fucking stressful.
Your body is ready, sire.
Like I don't mind like going somewhere and they have like a strange way of doing things, like if they have strange customs or whatever, because I could just learn the customs and it is what it is for the week that I'm there. But whenever I walk into a restaurant or a shop or something, or go to a counter to buy a ticket for something, and it's just a completely made up fucking process, like there's no fucking logic to anything. that just constantly puts me on edge. I cannot relax because as soon as I go to do something, I think to myself, I wonder how this works. And it's like the first day of your holiday always feels like kind of a bit overwhelming until you realize you can just relax. But I don't feel like I can fully relax in Italy because, yeah, every time you sit down to have a coffee, every time you go to fucking buy a ticket to get a train somewhere or a fucking ticket to an art gallery, it's just there's always something fucking awkward and strange about it, and just nobody knows how anything works. And like, yeah, it just, you know, it's not a language barrier. It's just process, just bad process. But yeah. It's beautiful to look at. But yeah, good luck organising. Just go to Denmark. We have a Q Society too. Everything is just straight up. Yeah, this is it. Just want to look at art and architecture, listen to music, eat and drink wine, and that I could never afford here. That's true, yeah. Just be aware that like Florence and Rome and Venice, like they are like it can get so unbelievably. Like I saw videos of Venice and I was like, I just don't want to go. Like I'm good, you know. And Rome, I was like, I'm good. Like thousands of people, like, and we went to like, where did we go? We were staying in Lake Como, and then we got the train to a few different places, but I was ill for some of it. I can't quite remember, but yeah. We also stayed in Turin a few years back before that, and we also went to Bologna because we went to Portimao for a motorcycle race. But Bologna was a city, and it was kind of a grotty, like, you know, smoggy kind of city full of people, and it wasn't the best, but, you know, but there was lots of nice cultural stuff around it. But yeah, Bologna wasn't, you know, Turin was beautiful. Turin was like unbelievably beautiful. I'd go back there in a heartbeat, but yeah. Not trying to travel around much, just experience the city for a couple of weeks. Yeah, I mean, it's a good plan. This is it. I think when you go on holiday, you've got to be up for doing stuff, but you've got to not be like dead set. Because I've been on holiday with not my family, with other people. I've been on holiday with like girlfriends, or, you know, I went on holiday with a girlfriend's family once, and their fucking mum was like, she had like a fucking minute by minute for like most of the day, and I was like, this is like absolutely everything was like preordained and like organized, and she phoned ahead and bought tickets to everything, and it just I never for a moment felt that freedom of not being at work. You know what I mean? Like, and I was like, I went along with it obviously because I didn't want to cause a fuss, but I was like, yeah. And she was like, oh, they're going to go to France next year. I could potentially I could ask if you could come along. And I was like, yeah, maybe. And then I said I was busy, even though I wasn't. Because yeah, that's how they plan that their holiday. They try and squeeze as much out of it as possible, and it stops being a holiday. It starts becoming this fucking like arduous list of doing as much stuff as possible, and you don't really savor any of it because you're squeezing it all in. So yeah, never go to any big Italian cities, especially littered with pickpockets and scammers. Stay out in the countryside and small nooks. Proper Italian experience. Yeah, same as France, really. Always been obsessed with Renaissance history. Yeah, there's some very old buildings that are very beautiful over there. Fuck traveling like that. I never want to go tourist shit. I want to go to the local. Yeah, exactly. This is it. And my brother, whenever he goes somewhere, he always wants to travel the same way the locals do. He doesn't want to get a taxi or anything. If they get the bus, he gets the bus. If they get the train, he gets the train. He wants to sort of, you know, really experience, you know, what the locals are like over there. Denmark equal bikes. Yeah, well, yeah, this is it. You know, I'd rent a bike. Love that. I'm a bike nerd. Well, yeah, like I think that like non-motorized forms of transport, they are super liberating. And like obviously, I haven't ridden a BMX for years, so you know I probably won't be that good at pedaling like I used to be. But saying that. Yeah, there's an R on there, isn't there? The municipality of Revachol, yeah. But yeah, like I think my legs are still pretty good for pedaling on a bike. It's just I get saddle sore because I haven't used a saddle. I mean, even when I had a BMX, you know, the saddle was so low I didn't sit down on the saddle. It was just there so that if I fell, there was something relatively seat-shaped to fall on. Otherwise, it was just the frame. But yeah, there was a point where my seat was zip-tied to the bike rather than a seat post. The seat rails were like either side of the seat post tube. So I just sort of put it on there and then pulled it, and there was like a tab, like a collar welded to the seat tube with a threaded notch thing, and you did it up. So I just got the seat rails and wedged it underneath there, and then I tied with it wasn't even a zip tie. I just got a shoelace and tied the back of the seat stays to the chain stays, and that was my seat. It was like literally like on the back tire, but I didn't need a seat post, right? So yeah. My rival, the Netherlands, were damn close with their bike infrastructure. You could bike all on the Danish west coast, no problem. That's one way. Yeah, but it was, I didn't have a seat post and it worked. So,
This trash container is locked. The sliding lid has a padlock that says, "Whirling in rags." The body is downwind from here. Maybe you prefer the smell of garbage to the smell of death.
We could try using a pry bar, the one you took from my motor carriage, or... We might want to ask for a key from the manager of the Whirling in Rags. He probably has one. And he also has information.
Force time isn't happening. You've jammed the pry bar under the lid, but it just isn't bending.
yeah. I keep forgetting on hardcore I have basically no health. I have to be careful. Enjoy your visit to Horny Jail, Tug. Oh. Ants, man. So we paid this company like $8,000, nearly $9,000 to fucking get rid of the ants. It's been like a year and a half and they're still here. And I'm like, are you fucking serious, man? Like the way the fucking, because the managing agent for this building has just decided to retire, so they're fucking passing it over to someone else. But the someone else is like an hour and 40 minutes drive away, like well at least an hour away driving. So yeah, like I have to just email them. But yeah, I'm going to email them later on this week. So I can't fucking think today, chat. Like I was fucking playing out a fucking conversation in my head and I said the wrong thing. And I was like, I'm saying this in my head and I didn't even say the right thing. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with my brain? Excuse me. So yeah, I think I'll go with that monitor. I think, yeah, because I could wait for tandem OLED to be available, but it's probably going to be expensive. I'll give it another week or so, but yeah, got my eye on that one. It's like the best kind of WOLED that there is at the moment. Well, 4th gen tandem is the best, but yeah, available that I can buy. This is the thing, is I need something I can buy, preferably on Amazon. But yeah, then I need to get a Vaser arm to mount it in front of me here because the TV's up there over on the wall. But yeah, I'll think about that another time. Friends and I used to build bigger bikes, but with BMX geometry, called them urban assault vehicles. Yeah, there's a handful of like what are called cruisers, and they're kind of a hybrid between a mountain bike and a BMX. So they have, I'm pretty sure they have full-size 22-inch wheels, but the frame is much more sort of angled like a BMX bike. So they're kind of a little bit more like BMX, like agility wise, but they're bigger, so they're easier for a full-grown man to ride, and that's why they're popular, because lots of BMXers grow up and then they realize once you're like 5'11", 6 foot, riding a BMX is like actually kind of fucking awkward. But a big old balloon tires, yeah, I've seen the ones where you have to get like a wider frame and wider forks, but you can get these big old like motorcycle tires that basically make it sort of like a kind of a different riding experience. But yeah, look up Skagen painters for reference. There's also some people underestimate Denmark and the Scandi countries in general. The light here during summer is unmatched. There's a reason why there's a whole category of paintings where painters that's based on the light here in summer. The Skagen painters. Okay, I'll keep an eye out for that. Was Monet considered a Skagen painter?
This trash container.
Yeah, they had lots and lots of lovely paintings that the light was just
says, "Whirling in rags." The body is downwind from here. Maybe you prefer the smell
Croyer
of
is one of the most
carpet to
famous.
the smell of
Croyer.
death.
Okay.
We could
Excellent.
try using a pry bar, the one you took from my motor carriage, or we could ask for a key from the manager of the Whirling in Rags. He probably has one.
He might also have information. This is better than the pry bar idea. Force time isn't happening. You've jammed the pry bar under the lid, but it just isn't bending.
Been like 3 hours staring at Monet's when I was in Paris. Yeah, the way that man captured light, and obviously pointillism, is a very interesting kind of medium or method. But yeah, the way they captured light was, and same with Van Gogh and a number of other of the sort of the greats. They had this way of, understanding how a certain color light hits a certain color surface, and then suddenly all the green of the trees isn't green anymore, it's a brown. And they had this way of, even though they were clearly using brown pigments and brown paints, you could still tell that it was, a tree. And that's true with, I'm sure Kjorfitz knows about this, but when you take all of the color out of a photo, you can make a photo completely blue, just blue, like grayscale, but like blue tinted. But you'll see the color it's supposed to be. Your brain makes the color up, which is why color grading can be quite difficult, because you have to really look at the values of the colors, because your eyes and your brain will make up the color that it's supposed to be. So if you see leaves and grass, your brain will inherently make them a bit more green, because that's what they're supposed to be. It sort of joins the dots for you, even if you just make them completely red or anything. But yeah, but the really great painters knew how to mix the colors just right to make light hit things, and the light could have an effect on the surface, but you knew what color it was. It was just under a colored light from the sun. And yeah, oil paintings, I could fucking sit there staring at them for fucking days. I could, if I had a comfortable enough chair and I had food, I could sit in front of some paintings for days. There's so much to take in sometimes. And yeah, you're looking at it and you think you've got an idea of, so this was probably spring. And then, you think, oh, so it's spring, summer's just around the corner and the cold is going to go away and you're going to get to go outside, and you suddenly think about the smell of fresh air because you've been stuck indoors all winter. And then you realize that none of the trees or the flowers are blossoming. It's not spring. It's autumn. Everything's dying. And you realize, oh, it's actually going into winter. Everything is going into hibernation. I'm not going to go outside for a few months. I'm going to be stuck indoors predominantly. It's going to be cold and wet and fucking just miserable and grey, and there's going to be no colour or anything. So maybe that's why the painter wanted to capture this scene, because they realised that winter was around the corner and they wanted to take a picture, which back then they had to paint, of what summer looked like before it went away. And suddenly you think of the painting completely differently. You're like, that's what it was, And yeah, there are historians, art historians, and they'll talk you through why a painting is significant. It's really interesting to hear it broken down, but it's also kind of nice to just stand there and try and piece it together, and you come up with your own narrative. But yeah, love how the galleries are designed around paintings too, so you can look at each one of them from an intended distance and perspective. Yes, yeah, because he did those really sort of panoramic paintings, and the gallery is designed so you can take them in. It's yeah. If any of you ever make it to Denmark and wants to go to a museum, Mosgard Museum should not be missed. Absolutely amazing place. It's worth going just for the architecture of the museum. See, this is the thing. Sometimes the museum is a fucking work of art as well,
There's a creaking sound as the pry bar slips under the lid. You hang from it like a moron, huffing and puffing. Clearly the technique is wrong, but nothing else comes to mind.
Let's ask the manager for the key. This is clearly not working.
So, because I haven't got, because the thing is, because I haven't got my ledger out of this exact trash container, I can't see what my scores are, because I need to basically have a terrible relationship with Kim, which is going to hurt me, because I love Kim. I'm going to have a bad relationship with Kim on this playthrough, and also be a bad cop. So I shouldn't help anybody. I shouldn't investigate the body. I think we just have to find whatever it is that allows us to progress that isn't related to the case, really. And
By
then
the way, where is home? The address is coming up blank, and this place sure isn't it. But you've been at this hostel cafeteria for only 3 nights. Why did you say that? You don't really know, do you? Something produced by the random firing of some... Entertain the thought.
yeah, every now and again. I mean, the Natural History Museum is a beautiful building. It's just a shame that as you walk around, you realise a lot of those artifacts belong in other countries. We just stole them.
Can I help you? Mine? No, it belongs to the Whirling in Rags.
Gonna head off now. Been sitting here for a while now, and the body needs to move. Make sure you stretch out well, dude. I'll see you next time. Especially after you've just done a bunch of physical exercise or physical work. Sitting still for a long time after you've done like loads of physical work, your body like locks up. It's gross. So yeah, make sure you stretch out, dude.
Thank you for clearing the debt.
I'll be back a bit later. Catch you in a bit, dude.
Why? To keep the hobos and drunks out. That's why.
And
the
I am a
neighbours
hobo
too.
and I am a drunk.
They put their trash there and they don't pay for the garbage company.
I thought as much. And are you the only party with access to the trash container?
Well, yes. Us and the garbage disposal company.
Of course.
It seems a little callous, doesn't it? Something stirs in you. Prod at him and find out.
Yes.
Thank you for the backwards father.
Sir, I'm sorry the RCM is having financial trouble, but it's not this establishment's problem. What do you need them for?
It concerns the case. Please cooperate.
Just bring them back once you're done, please.
How long is this game? It depends, really. There's all sorts of side questy stuff you can choose to do or not do. That is the question. So yeah, it's kind of more about like how much you want to get out of it, really. Galaxy. Yeah, it's really interesting.
This trash container is locked. The sliding lid has a padlock that says, "Whirling in Rags." With a well-oiled crack, the lock pops open. It should now be possible to simply raise the lid. Don't. Maybe you shouldn't. Maybe you shouldn't. Of course you should. This is your time to shine, Hobo Cop. Dive into that dumpster for extra content. The smell of rotten food rises to greet you. You see soggy cartons, dirty rags, and organic waste.
We're just in time. This hasn't been emptied for over a week.
Wow, an Armistice caliber 50 knock cannon, half wrapped in paper tissues. So shiny. It's a giant rifle, and it's very expensive. Not as expensive as that fat string of pearls snaking around the rotten banana peels, however. And is that Cordon Electric's preamp with Electra F2 tubes? It is. That catches quite a price. We're talking 12,000, easy. Unless you're into hi-fi yourself. No, you won't, because none of those things are real. They're not actually in there. All you see is food waste and crisp wrappings. All you see is a broken mug with a racist depiction of the yellow man frolicking in saffron. only in its social sensibility. You see, milk and egg rest with one broken egg in it, some pasta wrapper. Picking up the soggy packages somehow feels familiar. You've done this before. The movements are recorded in your elbows, the methodology in your fingers. You're used to this. No, searching for evidence in the trash. Good practice for dumpster diving. A box falls into pieces in your hands. Batiste Soleil cereal. There are plastic pasta packages below, and turbo noodles. Nothing of note, however. Among the threadbare kitchen towels, something catches your eye. A pair of denim trousers. As the legs of the slime-covered jeans begin to unspool from the garbage, a rank corpse smell fills the air.
My alarm to take my medication went off just a second. I'll give it 2 seconds, John. Grab it. I'll be right back.
The victim's clothes? Cadaverine odor is faint. If these belong to the deceased, they were removed when he was still in the early stages of decay. Drop them in here, officer. Guitar marked blue jeans. Pockets empty or emptied. He wore them with a belt, too, a white belt. The loops appear stretched, but the belt is missing. That's it. Do you see anything else in there? I have...
Something slimy catches your eye.
Excuse me, there was an ant on the microphone.
A drab, long-sleeved shirt, olive-coloured, appears from the
Thank you for
food
redeeming your
waste,
daily bread, Weird.
dripping with
Welcome in.
pus.
How's it going, dude? 41 pieces of bread.
This is a military type overgrowth. No label or serial number. This is the kind of rib-knit shirt that's worn over light armor to conceal it in an urban scenario. Anything more?
The rest of the rags are just kitchen variety waste. Just garbage.
All right. We should go to Gart again and ask if he knows who put the clothes in the trash. It could be as simple as someone from the hostel cleaning the yard. Or...
The lieutenant nods. Then it's just organic waste, cold and slimy on your hands. Apple and potato peels, mostly. Unidentified sludge, and the occasional chicken bone thrown in for good measure. But hey, what's this? A blue piece of plastic sticks out from the apple peels. It's shiny. Looks like the corner of something. Something larger. A clipboard. A blue plastic clipboard with moist papers hanging from it. They look badly damaged, but you can still make out forms and notes, written in a man's handwriting.
Officer, is that your paperwork?
Did some research. Takes 2 to 12 weeks. The tissue is healed after stopping nicotine. Yeah, no, it takes a while. Yeah. And I remember I gave up smoking years and years and years and years ago. And then several years later at work, there was like a health company like doing a thing where you could get your blood pressure and a few other things tested. And one of them was your lungs. And I blew into the machine. And they said, yeah, you've got really good lung function. I was like, yeah, because I gave up smoking a while ago and I was wondering if my lungs had recovered. They were like, yeah, they definitely have. You've got really good lung function for someone in your age and category. I was like, good. But now here I am with fucking long COVID. I can't breathe properly. So you never know.
It is. Look. The plastic has the RCM street grid on it. You've even got an autopsy form in there. If you don't mind me asking, how did this get in the trash? What are you talking about? Doeth thou also thorough inventories? You should take stock of your notes. Make sure it's all there. Official notes contain informants' names. If some of it has fallen into the hands of the RCM's adversaries, bloodletting may well ensue. I see, yes. You are what we call a badass, aren't you?
Wow, went off script there. Getting your ass handed to you. You shouldn't go picking fights if your rhetorical faculties haven't suggested it.
Tell me, seeth your badass more in there, or are we done here? Ah, yes, and it would also be appropriate to start taking notes on the case. It's what cops do.
The container
Dennis,
sounds a
welcome indeed.
muffled
How's it going?
gong.
That's one thing off the list. I think we got it all.
It's just a racist mug. What's there to read here? Not much. Oh boy, here we go. What are you going to say
Wednesday,
about
I'm
the
fine.
broken,
Hope you are
tossed away
too.
mug
Yeah, pretty
that
good,
you
pretty good.
dug out of the garbage?
Yeah, pretty good. Having a bit of a day. My brain's been all over the place. And yeah, that medicine that I thought was going to help my symptoms doesn't seem to be helping as much as I was hoping. So I'll finish the course. It's like a few months. You know, if after a few months it isn't doing anything, then I'll speak to the doctor and say, you know, the other stuff that the nasal spray that was, you know, helping me. Yeah, I think that might have been helping as well. Because I think maybe because I presumed that just taking the stomach medication was stopping my nose from producing too much phlegm that was causing the congestion. I thought if I just take the stomach, because I was taking a nasal steroid or whatever as well, and I did feel like it was improving. But yeah, I'll have to keep taking this medication and see. But yeah, I'm still coughing a lot. I'm still struggling to clear my throat because there's just so much stuff to get rid of, which is annoying. It's really annoying.
If you want to earn some change by guilting people, go for it. But if you want to earn real dough, finish the case and start getting paid again. It's the ledger you found in the trash. A pitiful cabbage of white and yellow papers hanging from
Hope it's
plastic
going Sunday
board,
better. Yes.
barely held together by a metal clip.
You just need to
This
figure out
sad
because
display is made complete by the faint smell of urinal cleaner.
the thing is with health issues, it's about slowly figuring out what chain of events has happened within the body. So I was under the impression that something has caused inflammation in my torso. That inflammation in my torso has compressed my stomach, and that means that the amount of stomach acid my stomach is usually aiming to have in it at any given time is too much. And that means that the stomach acid is bubbling up into my esophagus. And as a result, because my esophagus is being burned by stomach acid, my nose is making a bunch of phlegm, which I then swallow, which then counteracts the stomach acid, right? Problem is, the compression, the inflammation in my torso is still there, and thus it's going to continue squeezing my stomach and continue to put you. So I can't neutralize that. So I had to take some medication to neutralize my stomach acid a little bit. And I was hoping that once I neutralized the stomach acid a little bit, my nose would stop producing quite as much phlegm, which would then allow me to clear my throat and my overall sinuses and breathing and everything. And I was hoping that would help me sleep better at night, because the sleep apnea I have at the moment, I suspect, is due to the congestion. That is here. An unfortunate chain of, hang on, fucking the chat didn't, chain of events. Yeah. Well, this is it. The thing about health issues is quite often the health issue that you actually notice is just the byproduct of a series of smaller issues that you didn't even really know was going on. And yeah, it's crazy how the human body will adapt over time. But the thing is, it then adapts. It adapts into a behavioural pattern that actually creates a negative symptom that you then struggle to get rid of. It's difficult. Hope it works out soon. Thank you, dude. I appreciate that. But yeah, you've got to reverse engineer. You've got to take all your symptoms, and then you've got to try and figure out what series. And if you know what order you develop the symptoms in, it makes it a lot easier. But it's unlikely to be that way, because usually you don't know anything's wrong until it's too late. But yeah, it's crazy how the knock-on effect of one thing on another, before you know it, you've got some weird issue that shouldn't really exist, but it's because you're doing something more than or less than usual because of something else, which was caused by something else. So it's about getting to the root cause, basically. For instance, there was a BMXer who had a problem with one of their teeth, and they couldn't afford the dental work, so they just started chewing with the other side of their mouth all the time. And that meant that they built up more muscle on one side of their face, chewing food just with one side of their mouth on one side, and that made their head slightly twisted. And that then slowly but surely, slowly twisted all of the vertebrae in their back until it got right down the bottom where it was pretty twisted. And they were like, yeah, I was in agony, I couldn't move, but it's because I had a problem with my tooth, offset because of my neck, because of my shoulders, because of my pelvic. And it's fucking crazy how one thing after another can add up. And I'm currently in that situation. Something is causing inflammation in my stomach, which is then causing stomach acid reflux, which is causing congestion, which is causing a lack of sleep, which causes bloating and inflammation in the torso, which is causing stomach acid. So I've got to break that cycle, basically. But yes, unfortunately, one thing I can't break is that there is an ad break coming up. So I need to pop you guys over on the BRB screen, unfortunately. There'll be a raffle and some clips for you guys that want to hang out. Please feel free to get up and move around, grab a drink or a snack if you're missing anything. I'm going to take a break as well. Might take the opportunity to make a lemon sip. I've got some honey, so I can make a nice lemony and honey hot drink. That might help my throat a little bit. But yes, I'll be right back, and then we'll carry on. But yes, I need to be careful how good of a job I do, because I need to be a bad cop in this playthrough. But yeah, like my MS, all the nerve damage turns out another point to make problem. Yeah, it's difficult to pin down because you see the symptom in one place, but it's actually being caused by a series of slight adjustments that the body made for something else, which is crazy. But yeah, I'll be right back. Just one sec. Oh. No! Oh shit. There's two of them. Can they hit each other? Ah. Can it be done, chat? Can it be done? Can it be done? Can it be done, chat? Can it be done? Sit down. Sit down. Well, there you go. That Erdtree avatar there, yeah, he is. And there's a fucking... There's one of them down there as well. Do you mind? Hang on, can I... Is this a shortcut? See ya. Bye. Oh, shit. Shit. He teleported. He teleported. Ow, 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 ow. Okay, I won't chat shit anymore. I won't chat shit anymore. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm going. I'm going. I'm going.
No! God!
And they'll also just follow a path. Oh.
You motherfucker. And he's... Did we see my fucking partner just standing there not doing anything?
Okay, yeah. As long as you line yourself up first, and then hit it with a sword, and then instantly go into the Ultra Hand and grab it, yeah, you're good. Oh, that's close. Can we out of bounds? Yes, but no. Fuck's sake. Oh, do we have to attach these balls together? Do we have to make a pair of fucking testicles, chat? Do we have to make a pair of fucking testicles? I am not kidding. Is that the solution? As always, the answer is bollocks. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. Yes, the conundrum of the human body, and just always just slightly adjusting itself to compensate for something. But once you add a few of those compensations together, suddenly something else is way out of sync. And yeah, I feel as if my fucking hormones and everything are now completely out of sync because I'm not sleeping properly and I just can't exercise. I'm just all over the place with my skin. I'm getting loads of fucking spots and boils and just scaly bits of skin, and I'm just, yeah, like nothing is working properly because something's just not right overall. And I don't know whether hypothyroidism is worth investigating, but yeah, I have some medication. I'll take it for a month or two, see what happens, and if not, I'll ask them to prescribe something else, because I've been going in and out of the doctors for years now, so I've got to the stage now where I can just say, you know what, this is what we're going to do, and I'll see if it works. Because, yeah, thus far, I've had every fucking test done in the world, and they still can't figure it out. But anyway, mashed bit of cabbage, white, yellow papers hanging from the plastic board, barely held together by a metal clip. The sad display is made complete by the faint smell of urinal cleaner.
There's a piece of toilet paper, or is it cleaning tissue? No, it's toilet paper, desperately sticking to the back of the blue plastic clipboard. It's a metaphor for you. Thank you, waterlogged ledger, for spelling it out for us. It's just toilet paper sticking to the back of the plastic clipboard. You can take it off if you want. Way cool. It says, everyone look at me and my toilet paper covered cop ledger. I don't care. My ledger is droopy and it smells like a urinal. An aluminium block runs the width of the board, biting down on the paperwork. Its crocodile teeth are the only thing keeping the papers together. A regular pencil, the tip worn down to nothing, has been attached to the clip. The surface is interrupted by a silvery sticker. It's rectangular, sparkling with iridescence. You don't know how you didn't notice it before. Looks like an official mark, made to be low visibility outside the right circumstances.
What? That thing. It's a halogen watermark. We use it for adding information to RCM property. Okay.
While a bunch of sodden papers sag from the clipboard in your hand, it's a sorry sight. In the back, you see thin, translucent copier paper. Some neon yellow, some bright red, all covered in boxes, like marching armies. These look like official forms, waiting to be filled out. Then rip them from the binder and hand them out. according to type of form. 3. The topmost are misconduct fines, the middle ones are station calls, and the bottommost are field autopsy forms. Each is easy enough to make sense of. You don't have to be an intellectual giant to do police work.
Somebody's obviously having a barbecue because I keep getting this like waft of like cooking food, and I'm like, have I got the oven on? I keep worrying I've forgotten something in the oven. Because yeah, it's always the same way, right? You're sitting there chilling, watching TV or whatever. You're like, is there something on fire? Like, why is there a strong burning smell? Is my computer overheating or something? Oh fuck! I put a pizza in the oven, but it was like an hour ago. So you now have like a charcoal representation of what a pizza should look like. And obviously you open the oven without thinking because you're in a hurry and you're scared. Oh, I need to quickly fucking turn the oven. You open the oven, just this fucking like punch of in the face of smoke hits you. You're like, the joys of life, chat.
A monetary penalization ranging from 20 to 250 real. Severe cases allow for 1,000 real, but that requires special paperwork. The details of issuing these fines are spread out over the rest of the fields, but they appear pleasantly vague. These are quite sinister in turn. They give a date and time for the person to appear at the specified precinct police station. Below the call are the criminal charges you risk by not appearing. All in a print so small it could be considered downright cute. A dozen pages of thin copy paper, bright red in color. You see the parameters of a deceased human form waiting to be filled in. Age, sex, condition of internal organs. Yes, all that remains now is to fill those forms and hand them to people. Fines for wrongdoers, interview requests for bad guys, and field autopsies to dead guys. The rest of the stinking cellulose is much worse for wear. Being sandwiched between the board and the rest of the paperwork must have spared the fragile copier paper. They're not exactly white. They're yellowed in patches by sunlight and alcohol, and covered in dense blue handwriting. Ink escapes into watercolor patterns, reaching its tendrils across entire pages. The paper itself is checkered, with faint red lines, forming short paragraphs. Once in a while, there's a red stamp that exclaims, "Case files, commit to paper." The case files themselves are plenty. You count more than 100 sodden, crumpled up, earmarked pages falling apart in your hands. They appear to be sufficiently organized and extremely dense, if mostly illegible. Work, strife, poverty, the Jamrock Quarter. These are handwritten logs of investigations dating back to January 51, this year. The exact number is hard to estimate due to missing pages and an odd naming convention. But there are at least 20, maybe 30 cases undertaken, not completed, mind you. It's the middle of March. You have attempted 2 cases a week on average. What do you mean? Is that all?
Huh? 2 complex cases to undertake is a lot, yes. You really have to push yourself. I would not suggest it, lest you start making mistakes. 2? That's a lot. I didn't mean to say you are making mistakes, by the way. That was presumptuous of me. It's okay. We all make mistakes.
Like a fan of gills, the checkered papers dry in your hand. The handwriting is extremely dense, if mostly illegible. There is, for precisely 1 more. 15 pages near the end remain untouched by the damage. The checkered grid forms a structure of passages, breaking the case into subtasks to accomplish. Once all the tasks are accomplished, the case is complete. Sadly, the ledger only comes with an old, worn-down lead pencil. It's unfitting of this monumental event. The ledger only comes with an old, worn-down lead pencil. It will do, barely. But the lieutenant looks at his blue notebook. 2 fat, shiny pens hang from the binder, like large caliber bullets on an ammo belt.
He doesn't want to give us one. He wants to spare.
He is not really saying anything, just standing there, looking at them. Absolutely motionless at first, then animated slowly, imperceptibly even. The lieutenant begins to browse his notes again, leaving you to the case files. Onto the paper with a brash free hand, uncannily similar to the rest of the letters. The wording comes easily. It's almost robotically simple. A language developed for mental rigor and simplicity.
When you write something that you have to rewrite all the time, it's like typing something. Like I type the same thing over and over and over again when I need to check something the next day. I type the same message every single time, and I've got so quick at typing it.
Inspect the victim's body. Interview the cafeteria manager. It's not exactly poetry, but poetry would be out of place. A satisfying slash sounds across the paper. You're done, it seems to say. And you, and you. Things to be done and things already done. The composition of reality. This is an extremely useful tool for a detective of the citizens' militia. Now all that remains is to name the case.
No, actually. Any ideas? Furies. Yes, well, I don't know. I have to be honest, I'm not experiencing the internal strife that refers to. And also, could you make it less poetic somehow? Just a normal case name, you know? Think, what would that be? A good normal name.
Yes, you know what that normal name is, but it's so plain. Anything else, please.
Okay, it's a good name, but it has one problem. This case has nothing to do with the setting sun. At all. It has nothing to do with that.
I mean, maybe they were hung, drawn, and quartered, or just hung as the sun was going down. I'll rule that out.
Something more concrete.
By this
perhaps?
stage in the game, we don't know.
You have something concrete, mundane, usual. Great. That's good. I'm going to start calling it the Hanged Man. It's good we sorted this out.
You don't exactly close them, so much as distance yourself from the smelly papers. They're a little further from your nose now. It's made of dark blue plastic, hard enough to beat someone to submission with. The edges are rounded, however. The U4 size board feels thick and heavy in your hand. Light shimmers on its wet surface. On the back you see the embossed letters, RCM. Something rattles inside, ever so lightly. Is there a hidden compartment? And something small inside, light, made of paper or cardboard, or dried flowers perhaps. Permeables. It's not hidden per se. The compartment is made for permeable materials that would get damaged if something happened to it. The plastic shimmers like lapis lazuli, but it is not see-through. You cannot see to its center. With your hands, U4-sized pages hang from the clip screwed to the top of the board. The two sides of the board appear slightly misaligned, like a drawer that's come off its slides. If you bend the plastic on your knee slowly, the slides snap back into place. It should be possible to just, without resistance or sound, the two panels move against each other. The compartment is now open. 2 ticket stubs and a handmade postcard. 2 octopuses are smiling, reaching their tentacles toward each other in the colored pencil drawings. The tickets permit access to the zoo in Revachol East. The aquarium costs extra. These let you go there too. Thin wax paper has been glued to a piece of cardboard. Sounds like leaves rustling when you pick it up. You see violet flowers, floral patterns, patches of glue.
I don't know if anyone else gets this, where like your stream dashboard just like refreshes and it like nudges something, like changes shape briefly on the browser. And yeah, I always think something's happened, but it hasn't. It only does it every now and again.
It smells of chewing gum, apricot flavored. A touch of cinnamon, the end of summer. You think the label says tutti frutti. Familiar handwriting lines the inside of the card, looped, round letters in a woman's hand. A young woman in her 20s. There is care, effort, and a smile, you think. Although that is not something you can read from someone's handwriting. Harry, it begins. You're already reading. I wanted to write you a letter so you can read it when you wake up. Maybe it will make you happy. Throw it away, please. A merciful wind blows in from the Bay of Revachol, dusting the ground at your feet and raising newspapers far away. You feel the card slipping into it. Just like that, the wind picks it from your fingers. Cold, they let go. The wax paper rustles, a whisper light and low. Then a sudden gust raises the postcard to the drizzle-grey sky above, away from you. A small piece of paper dances above Martinez, above slow waves crashing the shore.
We lost the whole
and
ledger.
The war-torn houses and the new bâtiments devant alike. Above you, looking up to the grey sky with your hair greasy and wet. And above the distant streets and the 881, even above the old fish market and the church. Its material existence is lost. This great city will pocket it for you. For your own sake, forget about it. The wind carries the keepsake away from you. To the southwest, the pale violet dot disappears. No, you should not have thought back at it. Now some of it is on your mind again. The ledger of oblivion-induced mental health is just as shabby as the damaged ledger was. A bunch of sodden papers sags from the clipboard in your hand. Without resistance or sound, the two panels move against each other. The compartment is now open. Inside, you see two ticket stubs. The words just crossed your mind somehow. Who do you think? It's slightly,
What is the dog doing?
difficult to breathe once you've done so. The drawer is locked.
I'm not sure. The cat's around here
drips
somewhere.
from the white pages in your hand. The acidic stench of rotting food is rubbed off on the cellulose. It now forms the base of the experience. This base surrounded by a faint air of spoiled meat, the stuff of death itself, and then sprinkled liberally with the citrus zest of toilet cleaner. You know, like the bits they put into public piss bowls, probably called Fermi Discrete, or Axel, or something. At some point in its journey, the ledger has seen the inside of a public toilet. Your nose does not understand what it did wrong. Wow, you work hard. Oh, yes, you hustle. You're a provider. It's tough out there, but you keep it real and provide. Oh, yeah, like a horse, a workhorse, for hard work. Look at yourself. You're a human pedometer. You must have walked 200,000 steps down cracked asphalt, mosaic, sand, and linoleum after you re-emerged. That is the sign of a hustler who never gives up. The world is harsh and people are evil. You didn't make it that way, and you won't let it break you. You ride. That's just what it's like, life and death. But you got gills on your side, baby. got those black papers with the faces of the innocents on them. You bring in the Franco Negros and the Solas. It ain't easy, but you do it. Day in and day out. You didn't make the rules, but you won't lose. You're a cop, and a sprinter, and a money printer. Wasn't easy getting that giant novelty check from Everard. Took some ingenuity to get into the harbor, but you got in, and you took that bribe as hard as any cop's taken it. Can't say that. You shook him. You're a killer, a shark. Sure. And has it been easy? Is life easy? Have you not gone into cardiac arrest? Are you not about to have an anxiety attack or shoot yourself in the mouth? But you still hustle 24/7, ride or die. Now, ask yourself, are you rich? That's right. You work harder than anyone. You almost rode yourself to the grave, and you're still practically a hobo. Why is that? Look, the immigrants are cool. The immigrants play cool music. Everyone likes them, especially the women. Don't hate on the immigrants. They've got nothing to do with you living under a boat. Because of the taxes, G-Man's got his jam-covered sticky fingers in your pocket, stealing from you every time you buy, sell, walk, talk, fart, so much as sneeze.
Yes, please be aware that some of the dialogue choices I select are purely for the purposes of getting trophies. I don't actually politically or ideologically align with some of them. But yeah.
Aren't taxes almost non-existent?
Game is right. Yes, it's
that is revolution.
Yeah. It's wickedly self-aware, and the fact that these characters are aspects of this character's personality, and that they each have their own kind of alignments where they disagree or agree with your choices, and they pipe up sometimes when you choose something. It's genuinely a masterstroke of dialogue delivery and structure. It's really clever, because I'm choosing stuff I would never normally choose, and then savoir-faire or rhetoric will pipe up and say something like, why did you say that? That's not right. And yeah, it's interesting.
Every time you wipe your ass, they got their direct and their indirect modes of taxation. Sales tax, excise duty, extraction tax, alimony, one tax that doesn't even have a name. Plus there's the stuff people in other countries pay for. That makes them ask for more money from you. Here, total tax duties add up to
$1 billion real.
98% of all your money.
Right, so let me just check. Guess I'm a free market fundamentalist now. Let me just check. Do I have the trophy that this attaches to? Sorry, the trophies are pretty fucking complicated in this one. Is this market fundamentalist? Yeah, baddest of the, let me just check. Baddest of bad cops. For this trophy, you need to show Kim that you are a good-for-nothing cop so that he doesn't trust you. You earn bad cop points by having controversial political opinions, especially fascist and racist lines, drinking alcohol or polyhydrin speed. Please note that as you finish tasks, which you will, this will lower your bad cop points and thus make the trophy a bit difficult after day one. You check how your actions affect Kim, how many cop points you have in the task menu when you recover your ledger. From the trash container behind the Welling and Rags Motel, you need 5 points in total to unlock this trophy. Okay. Doesn't show up there yet. Avowed infamous. Don't call it a book. Yeah, I think I've got this one. Yeah, as you can see, this one's a bit more complicated. Oh, so we've done. Yes. Went to Manana. Get access to the back building. Smoking other oil by convincing the cleaning lady to open the door for you. Talk to Cindy. Say about the communist group. Read books that will make the meeting a bit easier. The meeting will be held by Cindy's home. Meeting avoids saying it's a book club as much as you can. Skill check, white composure, check rhetoric. Use clothing and cigarettes before attempting this red check. Okay, so I'm going to have to load up to do that one. I'll have to load up and do that one. Ultra liberals in the conversations choose replies, sentences that highlight a need for money and being financially stable. Yeah, so I've done that. So at the moment we are... Sorry, chat. This is a difficult trophy run. So I think we want to say no fuck you. I guess I'm a free market fundamentalist now. I think.
Here you go, hustler. Fight the righteous fight. Free the people. Keep it real. Keep it street. Keep foaming at the mouth furiously on the tax issue.
We don't have the ledger thing here. Caustic echo. But on you have thrown that slip into the wind and walked away, saying, "Not today, Dark One. I don't need your keepsakes. I am not curious. Let the past disintegrate. Let its ink wash off into the Bay of Martinez. You're through with it. There's no terrifying splash of stomach acid to fill you with dread. No caustic lack of air. You haven't lost anything incredibly precious. Too precious to name. You got the shit on it. You got shit on a stick. All you need to do is keep that shit balanced on the stick, and everything will be fine." Yeah. So temporary research bonus +1 volition. Yeah, I mean, why wouldn't you? For 1 extra volition. So yeah, the thing is, we're not supposed to do like a good job and investigate.
It's the ledger you found. Oh, and the cool piece. Arson, petty theft. The notebook is, yes, it's a title, one might say even. One that draws inspiration from Snoop fiction and Vespertine cop show staples. Yes, all caps. One is called The Next World Mural. Another, The Square Bullet Hole Murders. Another yet, The Unsolvable Case. Others appear more light-hearted. The guys on a couch in an unexpected location, and the murder at the hookah parlor. Even the rare article-free collapsing tenement. Murder features prominently throughout. It's going to take an effort to piece these case files together, but it can be done. Once you're done inspecting them up close.
Yes, how very childish of you. In your and my defense, almost everyone in the RCM uses the titular system, in addition to the official alphanumeric. It's a holdover from the early days of the RCM, right after the revolution, when the organization had little idea how to do things. It persists in an unofficial capacity. Officers use these titles to refer to their work among themselves. Again, in your defense, I seem to have named one the man with the hole in his head. That was a real person. His death was real. Still, I named it that, to amuse myself. I pray his loved ones never find out. Rail spiked through the head. He died. It was a workplace accident.
You don't exactly close them, so much as distance yourself from the smelly papers. They're a little further from your nose now. Yes, you can piece them together using the alphanumeric code on the margin. It always begins with HDB41, then date of initialization and time of arrival on the scene, followed by the title. For example, HDB 41120111700, the next world mural. Why yes, your precinct number is 41. Every last alphanumeric in the files begins with it. And these are your case files. It's safe to say HDB are your initials. Harry Dubois, HDB. No, the alphanumeric begins with HDB. Can't you see the sire is tired of these fabrications? RAC is clearly what it says on the case files. These are official documents. There is no arguing with official
Hello, Blood King.
documents.
Welcome in, dude. How's it going? Good to see you. How's it going, dude? Pretty good. Yeah, pretty good. I'm a bit all over the place today. My brain is fucking bouncing off the walls for some reason. But other than that, I'm pretty good. I'm good. I'm glad to hear it, dude. I hope you're well. I hope you are well.
Fine. It takes about half an hour for you to piece one together.
Everything seems
Mr.
fixed, really?
Raphael,
Glad to hear it, dude.
which one do you want? AKA Leslie and Burke, AKA the public indecency drunk and the property damage drunk, is a cursed case. It has been passed from unsuspecting officer to unsuspecting officer for 10 years. On January 29, the unsolvable case made its way to you. Why you accepted it, it is unclear. Every officer, and indeed most civilians in Jamrock, know it's unsolvable.
Other than the fact I might have been stung by a bee at work. I'm sorry to hear about that, dude. Where did they sting you? Hopefully nowhere too awkward. But yeah, I want to give. I feel like with bees, I tend to give bees a pass. Bees are very important for pollinating plants, and plants are very important for our survival. Wasps can get fucked. I will punch a fucking wasp out of the air. I don't give a fuck. But bees, I didn't even be. Working like I normally do, all of a sudden my legs started itching. Yeah, they get under your fucking clothing and then they get scared. It's kind of annoying.
Leslie will always take his pants off when he's drunk. Burke will always trash everything. It's just what they do. It is their nature. You cannot change the nature of a man. And you can't lock them away because public indecency and small-scale property damage are not punishable by incarceration. The only way for Leslie to stop flashing his genitals to bypassers and for Burke to stop dismantling signage and rear-view mirrors would be for them to stop drinking alcohol, which, in their 40s or 50s, it's hard to tell because of their distorted features, is a medical improbability on par with you ceasing to produce the expression. You would think that, but you're wrong. Where's the fun in exposing your genitals or breaking stuff in your own home? No, Leslie and Burke are on the corner of Main Street and Perdition because that's where the action is.
Thank you for the stream, Street Dude. Up to 105 now. That is ridiculous. Thank you, dude. 100 streams. Over 100 streams is fucking crazy.
Keep yourself off the streets.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that, dude.
Threatening fines, dragging them to the station, locking them up in the hellholes they live in, locking them up in the station, hypnotherapy, even trying to get the local gang of Zemyaki to take them out. The Zemyaki gave them ethanol so Burke and Leslie would expose and rampage even harder. You tried it all, and still the complaints wouldn't stop, as they hadn't stopped for 10 years. It's plain to see from the files that you, Satellite Officer JV, and Special Consultant TH had more important cases to attend to. You uncover cross-reference to several ongoing investigations, each brought to a standstill every time you drive down Main Street. Because there they are, on the corner of Perdition. And what is Leslie doing? Good, you're learning. If the files are to be trusted, that's all there is to it. That and Burke breaking things, and the fact that they're both drunk. But then again, so are you. The case becomes considerably less comic one day when Burke takes a swing at your ledger.
I've been stung by a bee since I was little. Yeah, this is it. Like, I remember, like, treading. The thing is, like, a bee actually stinging me, like, flying around, landing on me and stinging me. Like, I don't think it ever happened, but bees that were, like, on the floor in the garden and I wasn't wearing shoes, I've trod on one and got stung by them before. So, yeah. And, like, our dog, my family rescued multiple Great Danes. And our dog at the time, like, must have tried to eat a wasp or a bee and got stung. Both of her, like, jowls, her flaps, both inflated, and they were, like, really bulbous on the side of her mouth. She was not a happy dog, bless her. She did get better, but yeah, she learned her lesson not to try and eat bees.
He must have it confused with the property he likes to damage. But the joke's on him. You're drunk out of your mind on potent Pilsner. You slam the hardened plastic board in his face. Then you proceed to beat him unconscious with it. In the process, the ledger sustains damage. The compartment within, reserved for permeable documents, is jammed shut. You stop your assault on the now unconscious Burke to open it.
We go rest through because I'm feeling out of it. I'm sorry to hear about it. I'm starting to feel a little bit out of it. But yeah, make sure you sleep well, dude. Happy to see you again soon.
Tending to Burke. He came at us, and at us. I think he was trying to kill Burko. While trying to kill Burko, you slowly come around. The permeables compartment is open. You've smashed it open on poor Burko's kneecaps. The good news is, Burke can't walk anymore.
Sorry. I changed the size of the dashboard. It allows me to get a better view of a few things. Using one.
Can't get out of his apartment. An invalid. With Burke to tend to, Leslie cuts back.
Still, Krill stopped by. Can you please tell him?
Maybe he flashes
tell him what?
To Burke.
Is this going to be an insult of some sort?
Both drunks are off the street. The complaints stop. The unsolvable case is solved. Which is also why the officer responsible narrowly escapes a disciplinary hearing. The end. Does that sound like a Raphael something Costo to you, sir? Fine then, you've earned it. Not much has changed in the meanwhile. A bunch of sodden papers still sags from the clipboard.
They won't be here because of what happened. Because of the bee sting. Or because of something else, sorry. Yes, rest well, dude. I need to get some more sleep. I mean, apparently I slept okay. My health app said that I slept okay. Well, it said high, but, you know, I was disturbed probably about 5-6 times. But I did manage 6 hours, apparently, which is a bit more than usual. Usually it's 4.5, 5. Yeah, no, I'll try and remember to let him know, dude. I'm not too sure what he's up to. He might be sleeping as well, because, you know, he works super, super hard. He's got a kid to look after, so... Yes, hope you feel better soon, dude. See you next time, dude.
An old call box with a matrix of push buttons lists all the companies in the East Delta Commerce Center. This button looks new, but someone has removed the name card. Nothing happens when you try to ring it.
Huh. This button looks new. It's probably not connected yet.
This coin-operated viewer is facing southwest. Its coin slot is full of fossilized bubblegum, rendering the machine permanently inaccessible. The metal feels cold and wet under your palm. It looks unhygienic.
Probably some kids.
A simple but clever solution to ruining a coin-operated viewer. It took ingenuity. A thick layer of graffito covers the lenses. You spell out the word Onuk written on the other side, with N and C scribbled backwards.
I remember
That's
when I
Hulu on the lens.
on the lens. I remembered when I worked on coin-operated machines, there was one particular machine, and if you poured liquid, it would go down and fall through the coin slots, through the coin sorting mechanism, straight down, and like a drop would short out like the motherboard, and then from there a certain amount of key presses would then just dump the hopper of all the coins. And yeah, they would put like some socks in the coin drawer so they didn't make any noise, and they'd be like, you could just hear this motor whirring. You're walking around and you just hear this, like, what's that whirring over all the other arcade noise? And the machine would be like really fucking hot because the motor had been going constantly, and they were full of light, so they were kind of hot anyway. Yeah, I'd go and get the key from the manager and open it up, and it'd just be empty, and there'd be like no coins left in it whatsoever. I was like, oh shit, that's not good. But the lengths people would go to rob machines, like one guy found there was like a gap where the door closed. There was a tiny little gap where the sort of metal boxing, like boxed like corner, framework corner, was like crimped over. Where it was crimped over, like it stopped, it was like folded and then crimped because it was split so that it could fold two different bits like that. He found the hole there, and he got a metal coat hanger and bent it into a certain shape so he could touch two little contacts and short them out to make it dump all the coins. And yeah, we were like wandering about, and they were like, there's a machine like making a wear. There's one of the hoppers is going. We got over to this machine and we opened the door, and as we opened it, this metal coat hanger thing fell out because obviously we lifted the door out with the hole where it was resting. This metal coat hanger thing fell out, and we were like,
Under
we looked at it.
A sea of blues and greys appear.
And then
behind the water lies a coast studded with concrete and reeds. On it, a church on stilts, lanky weather-worn wooden planks, an X-shaped cross topping its tower.
we held it up and realised that, yeah, on the circuit board there was a massive, great big scorch mark. We were like, holy shit, somebody shorted
We know
out
this to be the
the
star
fucking
of
feed,
Perkinensis,
the 8 volt,
or
the 12 volt
the central
feed
symbol of
to the motor on the
Perkinensis
hopper,
church, a
the coin
star,
hopper.
a great moral height
to make it just
be
constantly
strived
spin.
towards. Around the large wooden building, you see chunks of sea ice gathered on the beach, and a small tent set up on the ice. This coin-operated viewer is facing south. The instruction manual says to insert 25 centimes and pull the handle while looking inside. Then use the focus knob to zoom in if necessary. Why place a tourist attraction in the middle of such poverty?
There was a revitalization project in 49. A design studio tried restoring Martinez to its pre-war glory. It didn't stick. They got as far as the street lamps and that statue on the intersection before something went sour. I suspect it was Evrard's class doing. He muscled them out. It's how it usually goes around here. That's odd. I could swear you were a police officer.
Hey, up here, Piggo. The streets will flow red once more. A great torrent rushing down Rue de Esperance. You wait and see.
The streets will not flow red with anything. Who are you?
I'm Cindy the fucking Skull. What else do you want to know? Date of birth, blood type, the last time I was tested for Hep C.
Really?
Had a battery of tests just last week. I'm practically a patchwork of interesting critters. Kinda like a man-o'-war.
A brush? An artist? The red splatter is urban expressionism. The lieutenant furrows his brow at another one of your eccentricisms.
That's not the right fucking dialogue. It's just delivered a dialogue from Kim saying he furrows his brow at another one of your eccentricisms. But that's Cindy the Skull saying she nods disdainfully toward the woman performing maintenance on the boat dock next to the pier. He just delivered the wrong dialogue. That's pretty strange.
Hatred? Disgust? It's difficult to tell which of the two is more present in her girlish features. The woman on the boat does not notice her staring.
That is on her. Someone's got to keep an eye on her.
Ozon is an archipelago 2 days' travel away from Rivershot. Its moneyed residents, used to posh restaurants and upscale boutiques, rarely have reason to visit Martinez.
Probably the Wild Pines rep. We should talk to her. She's a professional negotiator, though. I have the feeling she will be very cooperative while telling us nothing.
Well, telling us nothing, exactly. Yeah, because I need to also double check the worst cop. Baddest of the bad cops. Please note, as you finish tasks, which you will, this will lower your bad cop points and thus make the trophy a bit hard after day one. You can check how your actions affect Kim, but how many cop points you have in the task menu when you cover it up from the trash container behind the whiting and rags. Imagine you need 5 points in total to unlock this trophy. And this trophy, you need to talk about the machine-related topics 4 times. You need high encyclopedia and interfacing skill to access these conversations, as well as the Talk Dork Thought. To unlock the Talk Dork Thought, you must start a game with encyclopedia skill points less than 3 and logic at 2, so that you can't identify what woke you up when you see Kim's car. Then when you see the car for the first time, say, that must be what woke me up. I think that's what I said. Talk to Tommy, the lorry driver, about this ride. Then your encyclopedia skill is 4 and interface is 6 on day 2. A yellow thought will pop up. Finish the thought, and then Kim will tell you how you came to know so much about cars and not your name. Okay. That's fucking... Yeah. Day 3. Oh, Jan, it's so fucking... It's so complicated.
You should take the lead. Ask her unexpected questions, you know? Do your thing. Don't be afraid to get a bit wacky. Throwing her off is our best bet.
Good idea, piggies. Run along now. Fuck her shit up good. Impound that boat while you're at it. I'd like to watch her swim back to us on. Watch your back, Ungulate. You've got eyes on you.
A sturdy metal door guards the southwest entrance to the apartment building. It's locked. The door rattles against your knuckles, but there's no response. The door rattles again, but this time you hear an elderly woman's voice calling out from inside.
Stop banging on the door! I'm not letting any more strangers inside. Ha! The police? Everyone knows the police don't come round here. No, I already told you. I won't be responsible for any more strangers getting into the building. Go check the backyard door. Maybe someone there will.
Backyard door? There must be another entrance to the east.
Madame, I assure you, we are real police officers.
There is no reply. Just faint, sweeping sounds inside. The door rattles again, but this time you hear...
Stop banging on the door! I'm not letting any more strangers inside. Doesn't matter who I am. Now go on, get out of here.
From within comes the faint sound of a broom sweeping across the concrete floor.
Ha! The police? Everyone knows the police don't come round here. No, I already told you. I won't be responsible for any more strangers getting into the building. Go check the
backyard door.
Okay. Right, so let me save the game there before we start this conversation, because I also want to double check. Yeah, it's not... So do I have to work something out about the... Because I want to know what my score is, because that means I can keep track of some trophies, but don't seem to be able to...
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of papers hanging from the board, with the permeables drawer inside. It's barely held together by a clip, then made complete by the faint... Oh, and the cool piece of toilet paper is stuck to the back. It takes about half an hour to piece one together. This one is relatively easy to reconstruct. Overnight on 1202, a graffito, nay, a mural, appears on an 8-story tenement overlooking central Jamrock. The building is a sparsely inhabited ghost tower, part of a failed real estate development called Grand Coudon. Cause of failure, rent too high.
Yeah.
The mural is enormous. 2 silhouettes, a man and a woman, are kissing. The text cut into their form reads, "True love is possible only in the next world. For new people, it is too late for us. Wreak havoc on the middle class.
Apologies, chat. We do have an ad break coming up. So I need to pop you guys over on the BRB screen. There'll be a raffle and some clips for you guys that want to hang out. But please feel free to get up and move around, grab a drink or a snack. You won't miss anything. I'm going to take a break as well. YouTubers, if you're watching the video post in the future, post haste in the future. Is there a term for that? If you guys are watching this after this stream has happened, don't feel free to fast forward the ad breaks if you want. We have to have them on Twitch. I apologise, but yeah. We have to do 3 minutes of ads every hour. That gets rid of pre-rolls, which means when people first click on the Twitch stream, they don't immediately have to watch an ad before they can even hang out in the channel and see if they like it. I don't really think that's very fair, to be honest. So we do a 3-minute ad break. It's good to have a little break, get up, move around, stretch your legs a little bit. And also it means that when people come to hang out in the stream for the first time, they don't immediately have to watch an ad before they can even decide if they like me or not. Because, yeah, I think that's kind of unfair. Because it would suck to fucking watch the ad and then hang out in the stream and be like, nah, not quite for me. Because you can't be everyone's cup of tea. Click on another stream, watch another ad. Not quite for me. Click on a stream. Yeah, and the thing is, Twitch is getting loads of ad views out of that, but yeah, it's not good for the viewer, and that's what I'm here for, to make things good for you guys. But yeah, I'll be right back, and then we'll carry on.
Oh shit! Ball coming back. Can we sneak past the ball? Oh no, we cannot. Yeah, I thought of a terrible French joke the other day. I thought of a really terrible French joke. Hey Siri.
Uh-huh.
What's 70 in French?
70.
How about you 70 nuts? I'm gonna go to hell for that one. Right. The thing is, like, the level design is kind of cool. Ah! Okay, that works for them as well. Please go check out Pizza. They're one of the most lovely individuals. There's all sorts of stuff.
Oh, I do have it. I just don't have it like that. I know that look. Yeah, he jumped on the kitchen counter.
Leaving after the lease is up, so
It's a shout out of a shout out. Kate sneezing straight into the microphone almost. And Pizza finding it fucking hilarious.
Okay, so I have clip shout outs as it turns out. Some violence.
Oh, I'm gonna get a clip of that myself.
Right. So, start off the duplication as usual. Select your item, walk off the edge, push up, drop the item, then throw the bomb, and then with the recall ability, pull it back and claim it. Rinse and repeat. Thank you to Pizza and myself for figuring out the strategy. I shouldn't really thank myself in the clip, but never mind. But yeah. Get fucked, dickhead.
We're reasonable people. I'm sure we can work something out. What is it you want?
Finally.
But we might need to put a couple of fans. Excuse me. What you get, bruv. Fuck around and find out. That's what you get. Oh. No, lock onto this one. Attack on Titan. Excuse me. It's so bad I almost died. Excuse me. Oh, fucking hell, Rockstar! You guys can't see, but there's a left and a right T button. For fuck's sake, Rockstar. Fucking hell.
Almost got a pail full.
Stop it.
Anyone see my puppet string completely fucking break there?
There's all sorts of...
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. Right.
People call it that thing and that fucking thing. It's visible for miles. In 2 days, the station's complaints desk gets clogged with requests to remove the bummer. You and your partner are assigned to the case.
The bummer.
The graffito crew is easy to track down. Only the bell lectures have the literage of industrial paint to cover the surface. One of the graffito artists is rumored to be rich. They take responsibility for the execution, but not the design. The ideologue of the next world mural, as the crew calls it, remains an unknown. The case files do not show you finding the author of the design. The crew agrees to clean up after themselves. However, your partner, JV, is against the removal, citing public support for conservation. This leads to a debate in Precinct 41, which then spreads to the streets of Jamrock, ending in a rare plebiscite organized by you and the rest of Row 3.
Because, yeah, every now and again, like, a piece of graffiti becomes, like, so synonymous with an area that it's almost like it's not sanctioned by the local council or the local arts committee, but it just, because it's been there for so long and people genuinely come to see it, it's a tourist attraction, which is, yeah, it's an interesting, because graffiti is an interesting kind of, it's a very interesting overlap in between, like, criminal vandalism and art, and I've always considered it art, and I've always thought that people that hate graffiti because it makes an area look less affluent or whatever, they don't realize that, yeah, whenever you look at like a very dystopian future where all of the walls are completely plain, it is really sterile and like kind of depressing. And I think that the way human beings have been painting on cave walls and now in the modern day spray paint like their tag or their mural or whatever on walls, the fact that it's a human tradition that's been kept up for such a long time, when many other traditions in the creative art world, that is, the mediums and the motives and everything else have changed, but painting on walls is something human beings have done for, like, I don't know, how long ago were cave paintings? Was it hundreds of thousands? Was it tens of thousands of years? Was it thousands of years? I can't quite remember, but it's interesting to me because it's something that we've always done. Like, the laws and the law enforcement agencies that are against graffiti haven't existed as long as the practice. Like, the crime of graffiti has existed before the concept of police and laws that then denoted things as crimes existed. It's always been a very interesting kind of grey area for me, because don't get me wrong, if somebody was to write horrible shit all over your car or over the front of your house, it's like, you know, if it's just vandalism, if it's mindless, but if somebody takes time to genuinely do a good job of it and takes pride in it, I find it quite impressive. Not to mention the fact that having, you know, designed a bit of graffiti here and there myself, and having met people that, you know, it's called getting up, where they would go out and get their work up on walls, right? And talking to them about the lengths they go to and how they plan security guard routes, and they would hide a ladder somewhere and then they would put some rope somewhere else, and it was ridiculous. And they were like using like the crane of a building site nearby. They would pay the person to leave it in a certain orientation so that they could use it to get across to the other side of it. It's just the lengths they would go to get to areas where they could paint on a wall where it would be seen by the most amount of people, but they never got any credit or any money for it. And that's another very, very interesting aspect of graffiti for me, is it's a creative work. However, the animosity of the artist is the paramount to it being graffiti because of its illegality, but also the fact that they don't earn any money for it. They earn kudos and respect from a handful of people that know it was them, but very few people know who they are, because otherwise they get arrested. So yeah, the fact that so many other forms of art have become very commercialized, and money, just like everything else, it has an effect, you know, like it's had an effect on everything else, commercializing and commodifying everything. But yeah, you can't really sell a piece of graffiti, and which is why I've never really been a huge fan of Banksy. Like, their artwork is interesting and thought-provoking to a degree, but it's clearly very catered to the average person, which I don't agree with as a person who loves art. I don't think art should be immediately apparent. I think that, like I said earlier, when talking about sitting in front of oil paintings, if they were immediately apparent, I would look at them for 5-10 minutes and then leave, and I wouldn't dive into them as deeply, and I wouldn't consider who the artist was, where they came from, what they thought about, how, you know, were they in love when they made this painting? Can I tell that they were in love when they did this painting? Can I look at other paintings, and then can I read about letters that they sent to somebody, and then I found out that they were in love with somebody? Has their command of color and space and equidistance of objects, and has the way they view the world changed because they're in love? You know, and graffiti, I look at it, first and foremost, I'm like, how the fuck did you get up there? How in the blue fuck did you get up there onto a 2-foot ledge, right, that has absolutely nothing anywhere near it? How did you get up there? Because a ladder ain't going to do it. Even a 3-stage ladder is like maybe 3-4 stories. That's like 7 stories up, and there is nothing for you to fucking hang on to. How the fuck did you get up there? Like, kudos, GG. And then I look at the execution of the artwork, and the thing about graffiti is when you look at it from far away, all the lines look really crisp, but you can see overshoots where they haven't quite, because they draw it in like color and they line it with black. So they get really good with doing the lines with black, but they can obviously sort of, because the black lines are about 1 centimeter thick, they can get away with a little bit. But you'll notice that some of them will do the black lines and they'll go back over with a color to cut into the black line to create a sharp like point for certain bits of letters and everything. And I was like, you can notice little things like that and you think, damn, that execution was... But yeah, it's a one shot. It's not something that you could just sit there with a canvas and like paint 7 versions of the same painting and say, do you know what, that's the one, and then burn the rest and pretend they never existed, like some artists do. I'm not going to say who, but you get one shot. And the thing is, you only get one canvas, you get one shot, you've got to fucking put it off quickly, and then you've got to fucking get away before you get seen. There are so many aspects of graffiti that are so interesting as a medium of art. I fucking love it. The way people hate on it, I'm like, it's crazy, man. Like, there are so many limitations and so many things about it that make it so fucking raw and true to being an artist. It's not about money. It's not about likes on Instagram. It's not about getting, it's not about fucking, shaking hands with the fucking prime minister or the fucking, they just want to prove their ability with a spray can and their creativity and their ability to get to places and organize things and work out how to evade detection and everything. It's just, I fucking love it. I think it's a fucking really interesting form of art that that, yeah, gets a bad rap because you get teenagers that go around and they write the word cunt in spray paint on the side of a fucking building and everyone's like, oh, the fucking riffraff. The fucking riffraff. Look at them.
The 9,000
vandalizing the
people
world.
subject to the mural's message, all of Lakeside, Central Jamrock, and Villa Lobos, plus half of the eminent domain, participate in the vote. Although the case begins with what appears to be a lot of rambling on the streets as to how juvenile and stupid the mural is, given a choice between two options. A staggering 78% of voters choose to keep it. Turns out the opposition were a loud minority, and that love truly is possible in the next world for new people, and it is too late for us.
That's another thing. I saw a TikTok earlier today, and some kid like fucking nailed it. They said that you need adult money to do teenage activities these days. So teenagers can't afford to do anything. So they go to apply for a weekend job so they can earn a bit of scratch. But that weekend job has been taken up by an adult who has a full-time job that doesn't pay them enough. So they have to have a second job on the weekend that pays them a bit extra because everything's gone up in price and they've got families to provide for, right? So the young person can't find a job because there's 1.3 million unemployed and only 700,000 vacancies. You could hire everyone tomorrow and there would still be roughly 600,000 people without a job. It's not their fault. The system is fucked. Like the system, the economy, the balance is fucked. But anyway, so these kids have got no fucking money, so they can't go out and do anything. And when they don't go out and do anything, this is the thing I hadn't thought of. I always knew kids were fucking like limited on cash and things to do. But when they don't go out and do things, they don't socialize with people in real life. They don't develop that skill set of socializing in real life with people and experiencing the world by going out and doing things. So they're massively like socially detrimented in terms of like their development, because they just can't afford to go and do anything. Like the cinema's too expensive, restaurants are too expensive, cafes are too expensive. They've closed all the tennis courts because they're going to fucking build a block of flats there instead that nobody's going to benefit from other than the people that are going to sell those flats for 5-6 times what they're worth because of the housing crisis. You know, and the thing is, it goes all the way up to like, you know, the socializing of adult life as well. There are so few third spaces. Everybody has a place where they work and a place where they sleep. And other than things like the gym, there just aren't like traditionally established and known of like third spaces where human beings mingle with each other. And that lack of mingling is probably one of the reasons why class warfare is so easy to perpetuate in the working class, because people don't rub shoulders with each other and don't speak to each other. You know, you don't bond over, you know, your kids playing football together in the park, or playing tennis at the tennis courts, or the basketball at the basketball courts, or the skate park, or whatever. Those third spaces are going away. And when you remove that from like people's lives, they can only interact with the world through the internet. And we all know how fucking cursed social media and the internet and, you know, using that as a window into the world is. So it's no wonder everyone's so at each other's throats. So yeah, like if there are third spaces in your like community, fight fucking tooth and nail to keep them, because they are so important. Get people together to maintain them, because if the local authority or government or council, whatever it is, the local authority won't help you like maintain them. It's got to be a community effort. But yeah, it's crazy to me how like the amount of Olympians and the amount of like top flight sports people, champions in sports, talk about how they grew up in a fucking really rundown working class area where there was nothing, but there was a BMX track, but there was a tennis court, but there was a baseball court, basketball court, you know? But there was a youth centre with pool tables, you know? But there was a driving range that allowed kids to swing for free if their dad was playing golf. Or as a member, they could go and, you know, hit balls for free. They get 20 balls for free a week, you know? And then that kid becomes like a PGA champion. But without that third space, without that thing to be there for them as a kid, they're all just fucking logging onto social media and just thinking that's what you do. And I'm like, the amount of fucking artists and poets and sculptors, illustrators and guitarists and drummers and pianists And yeah, the amount of creative people that could go on to do amazing things that just never find their craft, it fucking breaks my heart, dudes. Fucking breaks my heart. Because you've got both parents working full-time to pay the rent, because it's fucking expensive. Food's fucking expensive. Energy's fucking expensive. So they're working crazy hours. Like I say, they're picking up weekend jobs that are intended for teenagers so they can make a bit of extra money because they've got a kid to feed. But they're always at work. And then people wonder why, like they say, like, why can't parents discipline their kids? I'm like, you try working 60 hours a week and having enough time to build a bond with your child so that you're in a position of authority where they look up to you and you can actually discipline them. And I'm not, I mean, I don't have kids, but I watch my friends. They're like, it's so difficult to fucking tune into this kid. I can't get in. They're so in their own little world. I can't speak to them. I can't connect with them. And I'm like, yeah, you know, you work 30, 40 hours a week, you know, in one job, and then you're doing another 20, 30 hours a week on the weekend. You're just never around, but you have to do that because your rent is £2,300. Food and electricity is another fucking God knows how much. And that's just, yeah, that's the fucking economy we live in. But like so many people are like, oh, the parents need to be able to parent their kids, but they're too busy working just to fucking pay for a house so they can have the kid. It's fucked. It's so fucked. Anyway, let's talk about wreaking havoc on the middle class. But yes, it's all out of whack, chat. It's all fucking out of whack. But yeah, third space is so unbelievably important. People can't organically just bump into each other and have conversations anymore. And you look at the internet and the way everyone's at each other's throats, it shows. Nobody knows anything about anyone else. It makes it way too easy for the government to fucking print news stories saying, oh, this demographic, oh, they're causing a lot of problems. A lot of the money that you guys should be getting in public funding, it's all going on this particular demographic. And it's like, well, what do you mean? It's like, well, they're trans people. It's like, but they're such a small demographic. They're valid, of course, but you know, they're not a third of society like, you know, some other demographics. Why are we launching all this hate against trans people? There's nothing wrong with trans people. They're fine. They're not hurting anybody. They just want to present themselves to the world in a particular way, and I don't see a problem with that. It doesn't seem to hurt anybody. Not damaging to anybody if you really think about it. Some people try and imply that it is, but it isn't, you know. Or it's gay people, or it's black people, or it's fucking immigrants. It's just like, why do you keep trying to blame all of the problems that are 100% within your control, the government's control? Like, why do you keep trying to blame it on the people when it's you that makes the decisions that makes this pan out? It's a fucking scam, just like everything else in this country. But anyway.
In any case, it appears to have been a rare case of civil activity in the quarter, and agreement as well. What do you want to tackle next? It would be very interesting to read about these, wouldn't it? I mean, there seems to be a square-shaped entry wound in the victim's forehead. She's been sitting there for weeks, on her rocking chair, with a square hole in her skull, staring at the wall, her mouth agape.
But
that's all you got. From the half hour you spent piecing it together, all you know is the entry wound was square-shaped. You never found the bullet. And then another body showed up, also with a square hole in his forehead. Who knows? Those pages are missing. What next?
Serial killer.
One day you may still catch the man with the square gun. Some assholes brought their couch outside and hung out on it. In the middle of the street, on the roof, on the hillside by the motorway. You know, at an unexpected location. They were young, and they thought they looked cool on it. Insufferable dicks. Young people are the worst. So anyway, you got a complaint about the damn sofa, or couch, or whatever it is. They were leaving it out in all these unexpected and whimsical locations. They took it to where they also took photos of themselves on it, and smoked cigarettes, and drank coffee because they felt it's intellectual. Cigarette butts, coffee cups, stupid couch. You had to clean it all up And you did. So congratulations to you. Case solved. No, you didn't have time for that. These notes show that you have what is called a real goddamn job. You don't have time to be chasing down the couch assholes. You have a real job to do. What next? Murder. Tum tum tum. At the hookah parlor was a case originally assigned to an officer called Joseph Mills, who is now dead, of circumstances completely unconnected to murder at the hookah parlor. Joseph Mills was on this case that he just couldn't solve, was doing it solo, said it was a real nutcracker, a real brain twister, was on it for, like, a month. The captain got impatient. Shit or get off the pot, Mills. Mills didn't get off the pot. Not yet. He kept at it for a couple of weeks more, racking his brains, running with every theory, as outlandish as they seemed. Still couldn't solve the murder at the hookah parlor. Tough case, he said. Toughest he's ever had. No, he was awful. Awful sense of humor, too. The worst jokes you've ever heard. Really rapey. Still, he'd been on it for months now. Said it was the final case. Said it was uncrackable. That murderer vanished into thin air. That goddamn hookah parlor was all he talked about. Okay, so the case is handed to you because Mills isn't getting anywhere, and you look into it. Here's the setup. A young man is found dead in a hookah parlor. You know, those places where you go and smoke bubblegum-flavored vapor all day. Yeah, really lame. So anyway, young man in his 20s found with his skull busted open, right on the floor of the hookah parlor, in the middle of the day. No one else is in there. Only client that day. In perfect health, too. Some kind of movie producer.
Could you imagine in real life in a conversation? Someone's like, yeah, really cool. Yeah. So it's really lame because you just immediately start talking about how lame something is.
No one enters.
Oh, man.
No one exits.
That would kill me.
He's just sucking on his watermelon hookah all morning, all noon, like he usually does. He's a regular. No calls, nothing. Just sucking on the hookah until 15:45. Then bam, he's dead on the floor with his skull busted open, blood everywhere. What happened? How can it be?
Yeah, speaking of a hookah, you can get what's called a vaporizer. We were talking about Amsterdam earlier. And when I was a younger man, I did go to Amsterdam for 10 days. And we managed to get hold of some stuff, some bud, that was so potently strong. What was fucking crazy was we put it in a vaporizer in, I think the place was called Alibaba's. They sell apple pie, but it's not apple pie that's just been made. It's apple pie that's been made and then left to go a bit soft in the fridge. It's like the perfect apple pie. It's like cold and it's like kind of started to set a little bit, which when you're baked out of your tits like I was is like perfect. That is like the perfect thing to eat. But yeah, they had like a vaporizer in the middle of every table. And you pay like, I don't know, like 10 euros or whatever to turn it on for like 2 hours or whatever. They paid our 10 euros and we sat down, and one of the guys who smoked a lot, I didn't really smoke, but I came along just to say that I'd gone. And yeah, well, they put like a nug inside the chamber, and then we just, you know, it's like a big like bong thing in the middle, and it rotates. It's just sitting on like the hot plate, and it just rotates. Under the table, it's on a hot plate. And yeah, so you just spin it round and just take these enormous like lungful bong hits of hot air, but there's no smoke, right? So I was like, there's no smoke. It must be pretty sort of weak. Maybe this is just a nice easygoing way, like a hookah bar. It's not like a hookah bar. I was taking these huge, I was like fucking inflating myself every single time. And yeah, that shit was fucking absolutely potent. But the crazy thing was, on the last day, you can't obviously bring anything back with you. So you've got just loads and loads of little bits left in bags, right? Because it's like, I don't know, like €9 for like a fucking great. We were there for 10 days. So, you know, one bag a day was enough, right? But we put together all the bits and pieces, but we had like a decent chunk of this stuff left that had been in the vaporizer, and we made like just a normal joint out of what was left. And it was still like a decent sized chunk, but we'd obviously vaporized it. It's still, I was in the fucking taxi or the train to the fucking airport, and I was still like, that actually did something. I feel kind of baked. And that was after we fucking put it through a vaporizer. I was like, Jesus. Shit must have taken your fucking head off if you just smoked it raw. Fucking hell.
Mills has no idea.
That's it over there, because it's legal. You know, they perfected it.
Girl at the counter did it. Nothing fits. Eerie. Man just dropped dead. So you go to the parlor. You see cushions around the table. Table's low, heavy, really sharp edge. See? You can't even read the thing without solving it. Yeah, it was that. Turns out hookah does do something. It turns off your brain's oxygen supply, and you don't notice it until you get up to go to the bathroom. Smoking hookah. Didn't you hear? I don't know. Trying to come up with a movie script, maybe. Anyway, that was Murder at the Hookah Parlor. Joseph Mills wasn't a good detective, and about 30 minutes has passed piecing it together. Next. Not much has changed in the meanwhile. A bunch of sodden papers still sags from the clipboard. Hobo cop. Technically, you wouldn't be a cop anymore, but a hobo. That would mean game over for the cop chapter of your adventures. But who knows where the hobo part takes you? To the bar? The old l'Assommoir? To the pier or the sewers? To Le Royaume, where for 300 years they interred the dead. You could plunder royalist crypts for long-forgotten triple malt bourbon. Then fight the Aramakan beast that lurks the bottommost sepulchres. The secrets of the city are all yours at last.
Oh, okay, so now that we can be a hobo cop, I think that's also a trophy. Yeah, we're supposed to have like a readout here. I can't remember what triggers it. Anyway.
A striking woman leans against the cabin top of her sailing boat, smiling as you approach. Her green raincoat glistens with droplets. A silk scarf is tied around her throat.
Good afternoon, officers. I'm Joyce. Joyce L. Messier. I represent the board of Wild Pines, the owners of the harbour. You gentlemen must be from the RCM. Beaton, my maiden name. Nothing, honestly. I've said it to every drunk in town, and you're the first one who's responded.
Relax. She meant it in jest.
I'm glad to see you here.
Like steel. There is strength there. If she wanted, she could sink her nails deep into your skin.
I was dispatched to handle a strike, not a lynching. Anything I can do to assist the RCM in this matter, I will. Gladly.
You ever get that when you shake hands? I mean, I imagine it mostly only happens to blokes, but when you shake another bloke's hand, he tries to squeeze your hand really hard to prove how strong he is. Riding BMX and like gripping handlebars gave me kind of forearms, and like, yeah, squeezing them back really tight for a second and letting go would always make them stop. But yeah, like they would squeeze my hand and I'd be like, no, don't do that. And it reminded me of how like there's this threshold with like a handshake. It wants to be like a firm handshake, but you don't want to like deliberately like fucking shake their entire arm because that's just vulgar. But yeah, watching Donald Trump shake people's hands, apparently he puts his hand on top of yours, like rather than shaking, he puts his hand on top, and he also pulls people towards him to make them come to him rather than him having to go to them. And yeah, I've seen a few clips of him doing it to like other world leaders. I'm like, it's like the most pathetic thing I've ever seen in my life. And I think if you have to make something so like just run of the mill, like a handshake, a competition, like how small does your dick need to be? Like how insecure do you have to be as a person to make something as simple as a handshake into like a fucking, like, oh, I'm harder than you? It's like, it's a fucking handshake. It's a gesture of goodwill. You offer your sword hand, because you would normally hilt your sword on the left hip. You offer your sword hand, which is your right hand, out, which means you can't draw your sword. So it's kind of like a way of gesturing that you're not going to draw your sword. It's like a polite greeting. But turning that into this sort of like pissing contest, it's like, for fuck's sake, man, some men are so pathetic.
That is good to hear, madame. My colleague will take the lead on this interview. I should let you know that he is recovering from an unusual medical episode. Very unusual. But I can assure you of his ultimate competency.
Oh, shit.
There's a trace of irony in his voice. Mischief, even. This is a tactic.
Yeah, because obviously if Kim thinks we're like perfectly fine, it means we haven't done enough wrong, because we're supposed to upset Kim this playthrough.
It happens,
which I don't want to do, but
shooting
yeah.
star. But did the lieutenant just wink at you?
How interesting. I wish you a swift recovery. In the meanwhile, you have my full cooperation, and the full cooperation of the Wild Pines group.
Is what you want to say, but it isn't that easy, is it? Look at that lady. Take a gander. Squint your eyes, bub. Why, yes. Tucked away under that sturdy green raincoat, almost rustic in its simplicity, a silk shirt and matching scarf around her gentle throat, while dull orange pearls hang from her earlobes, red from the cold. Her light green eyes scan you, full of knowledge and worry, wealth and all its possibilities. These are the kind eyes of the rich man that seem to say everything is possible, within reason. Now look at you, you misery-clad simian, barely able to tie your own laces. Your armpits are lakes, a scythe of booze precedes you. Your hair sticks to your forehead, and your underwear feels uncomfortable.
Misery-clad simian.
You're poor, poor as balls. You can't ask this person for money.
Poor as balls.
You're too. You think your little communism protects you from this feeling? No. The more demeaning it is to grovel at her feet.
As I was saying, if there's any way I may be of assistance, please don't hesitate to ask. What we do, I'm afraid I don't speak for Wild Pines as a whole. It's a giant undertaking.
There was a touch of discomfort there. She wants to merely represent.
The Pines' core competency is logistics. Container shipping, freight, that sort of thing. See those airships there, blinking? Those are the shipping side of things. And that is the terminal. Another subdivision deals with energy, oil and gas exploration, offshore platforms.
The Wild Pines Group is one of the original Revacholian Indo-tribes. Companies awarded royal monopolies by the king, the suzerain himself, centuries ago. The king is long gone, but several of the Indo-tribes remain. Saint-Baptiste, LUM, an unknown entity known as Brightest Star.
Why, thank you. I'm not at liberty to discuss the company balance sheet, but I can tell you that last year, the company booked more than 20 billion real in revenue.
A billion?
It's a number, officer. A big one. It's made of 1,000 millions. A million is made of 1,000 thousands.
Yeah, so the financial short scale billion. I see this on the internet a lot. People converting wealth, which is the short scale billion, into the mathematical long scale billion, and saying that somebody's wealth equates to this many seconds or this many grains of rice. And yeah, like I saw one place where they laid out a giant tarpaulin and made a mountain of rice with a certain amount of grains and said, this is how much money Jeff Bezos has versus like the average salary and everything. And I was like, how many is that? And they explained in the comments, they're like, oh, it's this many. And I was like, yeah, that's the long scale billion. They're like, what do you mean? I was like, billion in money is short scale. It's 1,000 million. You don't get like, 60, 600. You don't. So you would get, yeah, you don't get like 7,000. Yeah, hang on. How would you? This is probably why there's a short scale. But obviously, 1,000 thousands is a million. So a million. Yeah, you don't get 999,999,999, whatever. And then you get, a billion. You get 1,000 million, and then it becomes a billion. So you end up, there's multiple orders of magnitude less because it's only 1,000, not 9 million, not a million millions. But that concept is just, it's difficult to explain, but yeah, that's the thing. A billion should be a million millions, right? Because a million is 1,000 thousands, 1,000 is 100 hundreds, and 100 is 10 tens, right? So if you actually use that scale, which is why when people start using it to do mathematical calculations and say, well, there's like, 67,000 years of spending like this much per day and they'd still have this much left. And I was like, that don't make sense. That's easily sort of like a few hundred million millions. Like that's definitely several billion, not a billion. But anyway, but yeah, the short scale billion gets used a lot because they're desperate to be considered better than. This is that they're just competing over who has the most money, and they didn't want to be in the same bracket as millionaires. They had to be billionaires because they had 1,000 million. It's like they just completely ignored the actual fucking mathematical scale that exists. But yeah, that's why a lot of these calculations you see people doing on podcasts and stuff when they talk about billionaires, they're not correct at all. They're miles out.
20 billion is a large number, but the conglomerate employs 72,000 people. They all need to be paid. Then there are capital improvements, interest payments. A conglomerate the size of the Wild Pines is like a shark. If it stops moving, it will die. Then what becomes of those 72,000 families? It's a tremendous responsibility. They started as an exploration and cargo fleet conducting trade between the Samaran and Insulindian Isolas 250 years ago, when pine ships explored the South Seminese and charted Lomantang on behalf of the suzerain. Centuries of care, deliberation, and madness have gone into this endeavor. Vessels pass through the great unrest to re-emerge with apricots in tow. The logic of the system is totalizing. It's taken everything from its employees to build it. You know more than you let on. Certainly it helped, but most of the original Indo tribes have failed or been absorbed. To survive, Wild Pines had to grow and adapt. No suzerain did that. You mean aside from being the terminal's legal owners, who are responsible for moving 8% of the world's cargo? We built this district.
We. There it is. She owns up to it.
All the best parts of it. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, with its bastions, the plazas Meteor and Mosaic. Even some of the old street lamps have been put back thanks to the investments from the WP. Before Martinez was swallowed by the industrial harbour, even before it was part of Revachol, long before Terminal B was erected here, the Pines built it as a resort for its Revacholian employees. A company getaway, for a weekend or a summer holiday. Then came the revolution. But that's another matter. I'm here to make sure the Pines can fulfill their responsibilities to the place they built. Why, yes I am. Of course there are. We're on an archipelago. How else are you supposed to get around? Yes, we are. We are on Le Caillou. We are. And the city of Revachol is on the island of Le Caillou. I haven't seen anyone else drive a souped-up Capri Kenema motor carriage either.
Actually, that motor carriage has been specially issued to serve as a patrol and pursuit vehicle. It's for crossing long distances in the greater Revachol industrial harbor. It's not a toy.
Neither is this. A toy, I mean. It's a machine for crossing long distances in the Bay of Revachol, between the city and the islands.
You need to make this lady admit she's only riding around on this boat because she's rich. Before you do, it would be pertinent to ask other questions. Gather more info on this boat of hers.
The boat? No. It is called Coeur de Leyte 19 because that's the type of sloop it is. It's a pleasure craft. A 19 pacer. It also happens to be rated for Category 1 racing. Though these days I mainly use it for business. My sloop? I like it a lot. It's the eel's hips, baby.
I'm enjoying this part of the interview. It has so little to do with the murder we're investigating.
Officer, I assure you I'm a highly qualified pleasure craft operator.
The crowns of her teeth are porcelain, white as the boat's hull as she smiles. Her nonchalance might be related to something called the Wayfarer Act, a law that says she doesn't need a license. Sly Fox, you're not aggressive enough to harass her further on this.
Oh my, the E word. You mean to say that it's a symbol of conspicuous consumption? That I'm a member of the ruling class?
Detective, may I remind you that Mrs. Messier is a professional negotiator?
Then what does that say? Does it say docking reserved for residents of Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33A? 33A? This old proletarian haunt here? As I said, plenty of people drive boats, of all social strata.
Your synapses flesh.
Okay, it is anti-centennial. I assure you they drove quite a hard bargain for this space, but you're right. I am a bourgeois woman, and this is my fast, lightweight, interminably bourgeois boat. Good.
Voila, you're doing it.
Why, yes, I am rich. How much money do you need? Hopefully not too much. I couldn't bring all of it with me.
She's surprisingly nonchalant about this. Could it be that she somehow knows more about your predicament than she's letting on?
That's a good sum. Not too small, not fantastically large.
She removes a few notes and hands them to you. The paper is cold and oily to the touch. There must be about 200 real in that zip bag, maybe a little less, plus some change at the bottom.
So, I hope I didn't just bribe you, officer. It may not be technically illegal under the Emergency Act, but still.
You illustrate the expression by holding an imaginary and very, very tiny peon between your thumb and index finger.
You're right, ma'am, that donations are permitted under the Emergency Act, unseemly as it may be, as long as they are properly logged with the precinct.
Which he most certainly will do. Now, how else can I help the RCM today, besides supplementing its salaries? Everything. Right up to, but not including, trade secrets. First, you'd have to repeal the Emergencies Act of Trade in Aliments. That gives me the right to silence. It's quite the octopus. Good luck is only kept in place by the vested interests of half the civilized world, including your own.
What the ma'am means is that the Emergencies Act and the RCM both get their authority from the coalition government.
You'd be shooting yourself in the foot, in other words.
But I am derailing us. You wanted to know about the strike. I believe the official title is Senior Labor Negotiator. In practice, I'm a grocery clerk. I relay the union's demands to Wild Pines and return with Wild Pines' counteroffer.
And how are the talks going?
They're not. That's the problem. The union stopped all negotiations a week ago, after that awful lynching took place.
Wait, she just admitted that the lynching and the strike are connected.
Now they won't even let me into the harbour. There's a 2-meter-20 racist behemoth blocking the gates.
They're not linked. They just happened at the same time. Yeah.
Oh, so you've met him. Has he beguiled you with his inane theories?
My colleague has his peculiarities. Let's not go into this particular one just yet.
Of course. To each their own? Yes, I believe there is a connection, but that's a subject for later. Let's say I was not making the kind of progress I'd hoped for when I first arrived.
And when did you first arrive?
I arrived 3 weeks ago. Yes, in the middle of February. The bay was still partially frozen then. I prefer to do these things on site, like the RCM.
But the strike began in December.
I wasn't the original negotiator here. I took over after Mr. Gaumont hit a wall with Mr. Clare, the union boss. Mr. Clare refused to speak with Gaumont despite concessions he'd granted the union in prior negotiations.
This isn't the first time the union has gone on strike.
Heavens no. There have been 2 prior strikes. Both times the union won significant concessions, including overtime pay and a medical plan. This time their demands are more, I guess you could say, aggressive.
Ludicrous even. It's meant.
There are leaflets everywhere, and banners. What did they say again? Oh yes.
Every worker a member of the board.
Every worker a member of the board.
Most of the workers probably don't know what that means.
In its defense, another said, demand democracy. Pretty tame stuff compared to every worker a member of the board. Fortunately, they explained it. Every time the Wild Pines group makes a decision about anything, it needs the signature of each of the 2,200 workers in its Martinez terminal. Just so you understand, this is but one of 22 terminals owned by Wild Pines. Essentially, not only are they kings of the company, they are also kings of the 72,000 employees of Wild Pines Group. That may well be. It's not up to me to decide who is king, but as negotiations go, it's not a swell start. I'm not sure. Naturally, I assume that was just their opening position, a hard-nosed tactic with a side of mockery. But there's been no follow-up, just the same nonsensical slogan repeated over and over again. And now, people are getting lynched, I hear. Behind the whirling in rags. A disastrous situation if there ever was one.
Please bear with me, chat. I'm just making sure everything's still connected. Just checking a few
Excuse me.
diagnostic tools on my internet to make sure I'm not going to get disconnected for no reason.
I first heard it from the bowyer at the gates. The one whose very name advertises his aversion to work. I think he said it was, "Call me mañana."
This checks out.
Mr. Clare told him to... how did he put it? Fuck off, midget. Gaumont is short of stature, you see. Keep in mind, this is a negotiator Mr. Clare has worked with before, and who was more than fair with him and the union. The scabs. You mean the huddled masses of Jamrock, come to plead for work where the Union refuses to?
Don't let her answer it herself.
If these workers were organized by Wild Pines or its affiliates, then it would be a company secret. I could not share it with you. Not yet, at least.
It's implied. She's open to discussing this matter with you at a later occasion.
Everard Clare is a man of the utmost integrity. If you can say one thing about him, it's that he always puts the interests of the workers first. Of course not. Everard is fantastically corrupt. I imagine he has a thick, viscous goo where you and I have blood.
If you were to prick it with something sharp, you could see it oozing out. A knife, maybe? No, a rapier.
Oh, heavens, no. We get along just fine. Yet, now that you mention it, I can't stop imagining that black treacle just dribbling down his double chin. He is the most corrupt individual I have ever seen, and I deal with men like him for a living. If there is anyone more venal, more irredeemably nepotistic, then it's his twin brother, Edgar. Have you seen him? Of course.
I'm sure.
Of course.
If you were to prick it with something sharp, you could see it ooze.
Oh, heavens, no. He is the most corrupt individual I have ever seen. Yes, Edgar looks exactly like his brother, except for that lazy eye. He also talks exactly like Everard does. And when one's term as foreman is up, the other takes over. It's how they circumvent the term limits, you see, with a funny little switcheroo. While in office, they've embezzled God knows how much of their workers' dues. The Débardeurs Union was once a perfectly normal institution. 20 years ago, anyway. It must not have been easy to establish under the Emergency Act, but they did it. I can respect that. Organized labor at its best, as they say. Then something happened in the local chapter elections. The brothers Clare came and transformed it into a... how do you say?
A mob. The Débardeurs are a crime syndicate. Sad as it may be, we are forced to cooperate with them.
Refreshingly honest, officer. The company has tried appeasing in the past, but I'm afraid our concessions have only emboldened Everard and his brother. And your opinion, detective, if I may ask? I'm a curious and talkative person, you see. Would you say the Débardeurs Union is... Thank you for being candid. Sadly, Wild Pines have cooperated with what amounts to a crime syndicate for 2 decades. However much you feed the wolf always hungers.
Really true sometimes. There are people in this world that can pull in the rope faster than you can feed it to them. Just on the take. They'll take anything they can get. And I feel bad for them. Yeah, sometimes it's desperation. But some people there, they don't need to. They just take it because there's something, you know. And yeah, you've got to set your limits with those people because although you want to help them, they will like drain you in whatever way they have, you know, found a way in. So you have to set boundaries with them. And yeah, and if you set a boundary with somebody over the way that you help them and they respond badly, yeah, that's not a good connection, unfortunately. Because yeah, I like to help people, but yeah, there have been times where like, you know, my phone goes off like at least once a week and I have to stop what I'm doing and go and help somebody. I'm like when are you going to grow up? Like this can't keep happening, you know? And like somebody that only phones you up when they need help with something and you're like, you're not really a friend, are you? Like you literally couldn't give a shit. And then you just don't answer the phone a few times and then they text you like, is everything okay? You didn't answer the phone. I'm like, don't guilt trip me. Don't ask me if everything's okay. You don't care. You just want me to fucking respond to you so you can get something. It's really conniving.
I'm glad you asked. There was a woman, the previous forewoman of the union. She disappeared.
Disappeared?
Yes. On the last day of the local chapter elections, her daughter phoned in and said she wasn't running anymore, or coming to work. Ever. End of story.
This forewoman, her name?
Sadly, the company records do not even give a name. She's just forewoman in private correspondence, Holly. I don't even know if it's a sir or given name, and I don't have access to the union's files. Indeed, the company suspects foul play, but there's nothing they could do. It was a union matter.
Yes, apologies, chat. We do have an ad break coming up, so to pop you guys over on the BLB screen. We managed to have absolutely no chat messages for an entire hour in between our breaks, which is concerning. I apologise if this game is not as exciting for you guys as it is for me. But yes, I'll pop you guys over on the BLB screen. There'll be a raffle and some clips for you guys that want to hang out. Please feel free to get up and move around, grab a drink or a snack. You won't miss anything. I'm going to take a break as well. But yes, I'll be back in just a moment. Can I link something that'll help you out? Yes, because you're a VIP, it shouldn't time you out. If it does, I'll just remove the timeout, so don't worry. It's an alright game, but forcing the player to meticulously kill every single enemy in each run through is rather tedious. Yes, it is incredibly tedious. Yeah, incredibly tedious. What's this?
Stop it.
Oh, my roll. Excuse me.
Stop it.
911, what's your emergency? I see, sweetie, but I'm sure they love you. Being a parent can be really hard. Is there anything I can help you with? Are they there now?
Fucking hell, dudes. Ooh. Yep. Oh, it's good. It's fucking good, dude.
I'm in danger!
Shit! Ah! How did I get away with that? Clip it. Clip it. How the fuck did I get away with that? Oh my lord. It's as if we were never here. And that's definitely an iconic weapon, so I wouldn't have sold it, would I? Sit and wait for $2 grand to sit and wait on a bench. What is this, England? $2 grand to sit on a bench. Fucking capitalism, dude. What's up? I feed birds. I don't have any. Not to worry, my friend. Here I am. That ago. I mean, I might end up getting wrecked, end up falling back on the shield, but yeah, I want to at least try and. Oh bloody hell! Hey, Sav. Thank you so much for raiding. Oh, excuse me. Mr. Elysium, thank you. Sean Amon, thank you. Hirsch, hello, how's it going? How's everyone doing? How was Sav's stream? Full of good vibes and happiness, I bet. Oh, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate it. Oh. Oh. As you can see, I've just started Dark Souls 1. I'm Breadcrumbs, by the way, sorry. If Sav didn't explain, I'm Breadcrumbs. Variety streamer from the south coast of the UK. Was working my way through the Souls games, FromSoft games, so I played played Bloodborne, and that's how I met Sav. I just R1. Oh, look at that! We did a fucking Dark Souls roll. Fucking check it out, boys. Lyrics switched. Fucking hell.
Reloading.
Woo! Look for increased morale. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it means I can't tank any of that stuff. That's what I should have done. That's what I should have done. Look at the head just rolling down the fucking ramp. Does anyone else want to get fucking escalated?
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. We mem test 86 and I don't sound distracted. No, don't. No, Dennis, I wasn't calling anybody out. I was just saying, like, damn, like I thought, you know, I've been like in the game like crazy, talking and like playing the game, and then an hour's gone by, and I was like, shit. Since the last ad break, I haven't had like a single chat message to talk to. And I was like, damn, have I not said anything interesting at all? Like, what just happened in the last hour?
The point of the presentation is
this is the thing. People want to lurk. I like lurkers, you know.
Claire's. Watch out when you're dealing with him.
Yeah. I was like, damn, did I not say anything interesting enough to get anybody to say anything?
Thank you
at
for
all?
your concern, man. We'll be just fine.
Maybe I need to fucking read some more books.
Of course. How else can I help? You have. And how did you like Mr. Clare? What? I am afraid you have misread the situation, Detective. This is not some feudal conflict. It is a negotiation.
Similar thing. You gonna let him call you out like that, Dennis? I really dislike gossipers. They disgust me. Very good, Dennis. But I'm not calling anyone out. I was just like, I looked up and I was like, why has the BRB message posted? I haven't gone on the ad break yet. But then I said, oh, it's because I haven't had a message since. So I was just like, yeah. So I wasn't calling anyone out or anything.
The RCM
Sorry.
would not pick
Like I said, I've been all over the place
My
today,
colleague's
chat.
unusual
Busy, isn't it?
approach to police work does not represent the organization at this time.
Well, I can't stop you, can I? Just understand that I don't expect you to share anything he told you with me. I'm not a corrupt verm myself. However, how could I stop you? Are we not human? Are we not curious to hear another person's take?
Are we human?
It's only
Or
natural.
are we dancing?
We would only be gossiping.
I have double the RAM for my laptop. Yeah, because, I mean, one of my old MacBooks has the sort of so dim, like, slot card for RAM. You get 2 sticks of it that you put in there, so you could upgrade it. But obviously, they solder everything onto the circuit board these days. And people are like, oh, they solder it onto the circuit board. That's bullshit. Well, no, it's not. Soldering stuff onto a circuit board isn't bullshit, because with a heat gun and, like, you know, some patience, you can desolder, like, flip chip BGA, and you can solder other modules on there. Hard coding the module's serial number to the motherboard so you can't put another module on there. That's kind of bullshit, because then you can't repair it. But recently, I think they've had to loosen up, Mac especially, Apple computers, have had to loosen up on that a little bit, because I've seen numerous people putting bigger storage modules in iPhones. So there is hope that, you know, you can get... It's obviously a bunch of ball ache. You have to, like, clean all the adhesive from around the outside of the package. Then you got to fucking heat it up, and then you got to just nudge it with a spudger every so often until it wiggles. Then you just carefully pry it up. Then you've got to desolder all the pads and clean them up. Then you've got to get a solder mask screen that allows you to screen print a tiny dot of solder paste in like a solution onto all the pads of the new chip. Then you've got to use the heat gun to heat it up to turn them into little solder balls that stick to the pads, because you put flux on there to stop it sticking to anywhere else. Then you've got to take that and put it on top where it's supposed to sit as straight as possible. Then you've got to heat it, and then eventually, when you're not looking, it will go like, it will sink down, and when it sinks down, that solders it. But you've got to hope that it makes the connection with all the pads. So it's fiddly, but you can upgrade that stuff. But yeah, like the whole like chassis enclosure for putting in modular parts, it just wastes space. And yeah, these days, like if you get a laptop with, I mean, that MacBook over there's got 64 gigabytes of RAM. I'm not going to need to upgrade the RAM on that thing. You know, I went for the 500 gigabyte hard drive, which I admit was a mistake. I thought, you know, I'm not going to need that much space, but I didn't realize how much 4K video actually took up. It's fucking ridiculous. So there is that. And obviously whenever I'm editing the end of year video, I have like, you know, a gigabyte, 1.1 gigabyte clips of the stream in full 1440p at like 20,000 megabits per second bitrate that I record on my hard drive. So once I've got a few of them flying around in a Premiere file, it gets to be quite large. But yeah, it never goes beyond like 200, 300 gigabytes before I then, you know, make it into a video and then, you know, get rid of it. I post it. But yeah, the one thing I would do is upgrade to a 2 terabyte hard drive inside the MacBook Pro. But everything else, you know, the CPU, GPU, and the RAM is fucking top. It was top spec, well, basically the top spec for the time. But it is 2019, so it's like, yeah, 7 years old now, but it's still going strong. The only thing that I use it for that it struggles with is Twitch, and that's because Twitch is just a really, really unoptimized website. It's so heavy to use. Ridiculous.
Speaking, it would be quite interesting to hear what he has to say.
I used my same model for 90 euros. Yeah. Got the RAM, took out my order, set it for the same price. Yeah, and I remember it was there were a few like old 486s and a few old Amstrads that shipped with this was years ago, that shipped with I think 16 kilobytes of RAM. But they became so fucking cheap because they made like 600,000 of them and barely sold them. So they plummeted in price. You could buy them in like shipping crates full of them. And what people were doing is taking the 16 kilobytes out of one and putting it to make it a 32 kilobyte one, which suddenly made it worth something. And then they had a bunch of boards left over that they would then, you know, break down for parts, because they had crystal oscillators and capacitors and a few other bits and pieces on the board that were worth, you know, a few cents each. Once you've got a bin of them, like a whole fucking tub full of them, they were worth something. But yeah, they were strip mining them down. And yeah, that happened way long time ago. But I remember looking up the e-waste fields in Africa, which is why modular computing is so important, because nobody really knows about it in the West, in the UK and America. But in Africa, there are fields full of obsolete electronics that can't be, you know, upgraded. And there's kids like just, you know, with a little wheelie trailer thing, just picking up all the things they know what to do with, taking them apart to extract the raw materials, and then just burning the rest. I mean, there's mountains of car tires on fire in Africa. It's crazy how much we focus on emissions in the UK, yet we are one of the responsible parties for some of the fucking waste production, waste processing that goes on in Africa, where there's hardly any regulations. And they just have mountains of tires that are on fire, and the smog that it creates, there's like this fucking enormous, great big like area where everything is dead because tire smoke is like terrible. And then obviously they get a forklift truck and they scoop up all the steel banding that was in the tires, and they fucking use that as raw steel, which probably ends up getting recycled into more steel banding in new tires that when they wear out, they then get thrown in the fucking pile of... So fucked, dude. We are not gonna last on this planet for very long.
Weird. Oh no. One of the positive things to come from the revolution is the unhindered exchange of information, you see, even when it comes to trade secrets, which isn't to suggest our talks constitute corporate espionage. Even if they did, it would be fine. But they don't, since you log the money as a donation, and this is clearly just gossip between friends.
The lieutenant might have, but I don't remember you logging anything as anything, Harry.
Oh. That's so helpful of him.
The lieutenant looks at you, and you can swear his jaw muscle is trembling. He's able to contain the anger and surprise.
Unconventional police officers sometimes lose their guns. They then go around and tell people about this, to gauge their reactions. It's all part of detecting.
Incredible. Simply incredible. And how is it going? Has this detecting produced a gun? Well, maybe he's not as helpful as you thought then. Is there anything else? Of course, Detective. Should something come up later, down the road, don't be afraid to drop by for a chat. Until then, is there anything I can help you with? Of course, Detective. Take care.
Hey. Psst. Psst. Hey, you. Yes, you. Word on the street is you're ready to start building communism again.
Right, so we don't want to build communism this time. I've got a save from before where I can avoid calling it a book club. I need to load that save up because I thought I'd got that already, but I haven't.
This is a wall on the side of an apartment building.
Back with full attention. Yeah, I mean, don't worry. If you've got something to do, I mean, I wasn't calling anyone out. I was just saying, I couldn't work out why the BRB message was there and I hadn't even gone on the break yet. I was a bit concerned. Thought, have I just done an ad break? Am I losing it?
You have no clue. So many walls all over Martinez.
What's that noise down there?
You see a young man on a balcony nursing a cigarette. His eyes have been following you for a while.
Not looking for any trouble, officer.
Dredrick, welcome in. How's it going, dude? Good to see you.
I don't want to be seen talking to the gendarmerie, if that's okay. I just want to finish my cigarette.
Going good, and you? Yeah, not too bad, not too bad. A bit of a busy day all over the place. My brain, even when I was trying to have a conversation in my head about something, I kept saying the wrong thing and not being able to say the sentence correctly. And I was like, damn, I can't even have a conversation in my head properly. I am definitely not well today. Buy the laptop with a dead GPU, the same specs, take the RAM of the laptop and put it in. I have a look. The GPU isn't broken. So the GPU is fine. Yeah, I mean, I've done that before with PlayStations and stuff, like where, you know, someone's got like a job lot. If you just put like, you know, games console job lot, and you'll get like a fucking crate of games consoles for like 100 quid or something. And in there will be, hopefully, what you want is the most of the same console, because the more of the same console you have, the more likely you are to be able to cobble together one working version and then sell that. Or what I used to do is either Get Well Gamers or one of the charities that helps kids in hospital, or just helps kids, you know, get games consoles for Christmas and stuff. Because yeah, like Crash Bandicoot and a bunch of other PlayStation games, Wipeout and Tomb Raider and a bunch of other sort of, you know, PlayStation 1 games that were so like enamoring and formative for me as a gamer, as a kid. I'm like, man, kids should experience that, you know, if they're stuck in a situation where they don't have access to games. This PlayStation is just sitting there doing nothing, man. Like, just fucking send it to them. Let them play a game or two. And yeah, and get them involved in gaming as well, because you never know which one of them's not, you know, could grow up to become the next Sandfall or the next Remedy, or, you know, they could end up, you know, starting a studio or being an incredibly good game mechanic designer or something, you know, if they never get into, like I say, if they never get into it because, you know, the economy's so bad, We'll never know. And it's crazy to think how many people are out there just completely unaware of the fact that they have an innate talent for something. They just haven't uncovered it yet. It's really worrying to me. Same as, you know, the cure for cancer being stuck in the brain of somebody that can't get an education. Because intelligence doesn't give a fuck about where you live. Like, some of the smartest people who have ever lived were born in third world countries and just worked in fishing markets and factories and stuff and never pursued like any sort of academia. They never figured out how smart they were. And it's fucking crazy to me how the human race squanders that, you know? It's crazy. Which is why scholarships are so important. People are like, why are they getting a free ride? It's like, if they demonstrate like genius level intellect at a young age, it is vitally important for the well-being of humanity that we find out the extent of their intelligence, because they could be the person that comes up with the cure for AIDS, for cancer, for world hunger, for energy. You know, you need people that are very, very intelligent, and science PhDs and all that sort of research grants. It's fucking expensive to do scientific research, but it's very important as the human race progresses that we maximize the amount of people who have the intelligence to do that work. And we can't overlook the fact that there are people out there with frighteningly high IQs that don't know it. You know, they're just, you know, if you judge a fish's intelligence by its ability to ride a bicycle, right? They're out there, like I say, stripping down parts in a factory and restoring batteries. I've seen loads of videos of people of like taking an old truck battery and taking it apart and rebuilding all the plates of like lead and isolators and everything, pouring in there and then soldering on new terminals and everything. I'm like, damn, like, you know, they do that every single day. But, you know, if they weren't so busy surviving, what would they do creatively that the world could benefit from? You know, could they become a guitarist? Could they become a photographer, ballet dancer, actor, a chef? You know, who knows? They could become like something incredible that could provide like a significant amount of evolution in one particular aspect of human life. Maybe something life-changing, maybe something just as simple as being a very inspiring painter. But, you know, we'll never know, because that person is too busy just trying to fucking earn enough money to have a roof over their head. It's fucked. Going good and you? Feel clever, buy a laptop. RAM prices makes me creative. Yeah, RAM storage and GPUs. I think CPUs are probably expensive now as well, but yeah. Could also just be like Denmark and Scandi countries and make education free. This is it, Kjorfitz, is that on one hand, education should be free, but on the other hand, teachers should get paid more. And it's like, I see how that argument doesn't hold up. I agree that, yeah, education should be free. But I also feel like teachers have an incredibly important, but also incredibly difficult job. So they should get paid good money. But if education is free, there is no money, right? It's all state funding. So it's like, I think you need to make them exempt from tax in some way, shape or form. But yeah, education is funded by taxes, yeah. But there's only enough taxes to really fund a certain amount of schools with a certain amount of students and a certain amount of teachers. So teachers don't tend to make a lot of money. But yeah, that's, you know, it's a vocation that people have a personal affiliation with. They feel strongly about educating the next generation, but that shouldn't be grounds for them to not be, you know, fairly paid. Sorry, I can't fucking think today.
The balcony has a great view of the whole.
Remunerated is the word I was looking for. But yeah. So free, yeah. In England, there's free schools. You know, there's like, you know, it's weird. The public schools and private schools, but there's state schools that are paid for by the state.
Is it really that important?
But the trouble is, you've got so many kids in one classroom now. It's very difficult for teachers to be able to control. Like when there was only like 5 or 6, 10, maybe 11 kids, they could control the classroom. But now there's well over 15 in some classes, sometimes over 20. And the iPad generation means that the first few years of education, it's so fucking difficult to get through to kids because they just don't do anything without a screen.
Like a nervous cat.
So yeah, it's, yeah.
Looks at the neighboring windows.
All right, but make it quick. Once I finish this cigarette, I have to run. I'd even go so far as to say that the view is a little too good, my dear gendarme. Do you have an estimate of when the body will be taken away?
We will remove the body as soon as possible. Now tell us, where were you last Sunday?
Oh. You already asked me that, didn't you?
Wait, is someone else investigating the lynching?
No, not you two. Some more muscular type.
And when did you speak to this more muscular gentleman?
Last week? I don't know. Look.
He's an actor declaiming a soliloquy. See how you hang on his every word?
Aiming soliloquy.
You didn't answer the question. What were you doing last Sunday?
I had a friend over. It was my Sunday friend.
He doesn't reply, gesturing no with his cigarette. Under the dull and darkening sky, the neighboring windows stand silent.
My name? My name is Martin Martinez.
That's definitely not his real name.
No, of course not. Could you please lower your voice? No. We won't. Now, if you'll excuse me, I really need to get going.
Time to bring out your secret charm. Tears and begging. Show him your emotional side. Throw yourself before his very feet like a dog.
No, for God's sake, I don't want you to cry. Listen, I really have to go. Good luck with the investigation.
It doesn't matter if I fail the checks because I'm going for a bad cop playthrough. So, but yeah, it's still not showing up here, and I don't know why. Ah, locate the halogen watermarks. Ah, okay. I think that's one of the options.
No point in running. Tenements like these often have multiple exits. If he doesn't want to talk to us, then he'll know how to hide himself. He could be a witness. Him or his Sunday friend. Either way, we need to look into that muscular type who's asking about our case. There has to be a way of getting inside the building. Let's go check out the door near the pier again. Once we found a way in, we can ask around for his apartment.
A stone, like any other, lying in a whirl of sleet and mud. Maybe there's something under it. There's a key beneath it, rusty from the dirt.
This must be for the front door. Pity it doesn't have the apartment number on it. This building has hundreds of apartments. We'll just have to go in and see.
It's the ledger you've owned, and the cool piece of toilet paper is stuck to the back. An aluminium block runs the width of the board, biting down on the paperwork. The surface is interrupted by a silvery, looks like an official mark, made to be low visibility outside the right.
What? That thing. It's a halogen watermark. We use it for any capable light with the right wavelength will do. All RCM vehicles have headlights designed to reveal.
Oh yeah, we need to
halogen
show that.
watermarks.
Okay, yeah, okay.
Mine too.
Do that after this building.
This means you can read the watermarks if you just turn the lights on.
It depends. Aside from an anti-counterfeiting stamp, mine has my station number and address. The information varies by date of issue.
Maybe yours will have how many cases you've solved.
Okay.
While a bunch of sodden papers sag from the clipboard in your hand, it's a sorry sight.
That's how we do it, chat. But yes, in sort of, you know, the Netherlands and other parts of like Europe and stuff, they don't allow private schools, like where you pay a fee to have a special school just for rich kids, because if everybody has to send their kids to the same school, the rich people will make sure that's a good school, which means the people that don't have that much money get to send their kids to a good school. There's a good system of doing it. Because, in the UK, there's schools that charge like thousands of pounds a year. It sort of means they're a bit exclusive, but it also means that like they can sort of create this sort of back door for like students at schools, expensive schools, to shake hands with the right people and just sort of walk straight into a good job straight out of school, which is unfair on like kids that go to a normal school that then start applying for jobs like normal, which is it's been kind of crooked like that for years. Which is why people are so sort of like possessed with getting into a certain school, because their particular vocation has close ties, the industry has close ties with that school.
This door has been closed with a padlock. A chalk-drawn number on the board says, number 11. No reply. It's a solid lump of metal, but the shackle is deeply corroded. A solid pair of chain cutters would make short work of it. Better whip out those cutters. You won't get very far otherwise. This door has been closed with a padlock. A chalk-drawn number on the board says, the shackle snaps like a twig, and the lock falls to the floor with a little thud. It should be possible to enter now.
After you, detective.
Yes, I don't need to interact with any of the... maybe I do. Maybe I do, because I think one of them I do have to engage with Mazzaconian economics or ideology. I need to talk about the apocalypse 8 times. See Beyond the Veil 6 times, I'm sure. Hit an all-time low with... so be terrible and Kim will get fed up with us. Yak about the machine 4 times. Force Kim to reveal his secrets. Don't call it a book club. Someone should do something about this. This is the kind of animal you want to be. Something. Yeah, solve the case without even expecting the... But yeah, I'm gonna try and do that one on this playthrough on hardcore. I'm not going to inspect the body. Gather 11 honor points. Ooh, how did we not do that in our previous playthrough? That's crazy. We did so many side quests. Damn, okay. You know which one. Get Kim to wear the jacket. This facade, money, smooth streets of gentrification, spinning its wheels, looks like progress. Restore the hidden photos, glimpse it while you can. Yeah, some of the trophies are so obscurely described. It's genuinely difficult to figure out what you're supposed to do.
Give me a moment. The cold never does any good for my bronchitis. I'm fine. Fine. Don't you worry about me. Now, what do you want from me, policeman?
She's the cleaning lady. She knows the floor plan and the residence.
Yes. I know who you mean. The scrawny boy who's always smoking like the devil, right?
Somewhere in the building, a child starts crying. You hear a radio tuned to a talk show and someone taking a shower.
What's he in trouble for? Talk?
What was so funny about that?
He lives upstairs in room 28. Go to the balcony. It's one of those doors there. He's usually home in the evening.
Thank you. We should go check out his apartment on the balcony. See if he's home.
Ask away, policeman. People come and go. I don't keep an eye on everyone.
They probably just moved or died, hopefully somewhere else.
Oh, that one is a scientist, a future scholar. I think he studies astrology at the community college. Education's good. I always tell them to study. Something to do with all those stars around his door. He asked me to leave his drawings up on the wall. That's what I said. Astrology.
The lieutenant shakes his head, as though to say, let it go.
The artiste? Nothing I can do about her, I'm afraid. She ruins the walls faster than I can clean them. Still, she leaves an old lady to her business. More than I can say for others.
She mumbles some kind of a response, then hacks something into her handkerchief.
I'm no one. Just an old woman who cleans these hallways. If you can call it living. I have a little room upstairs right next to the coal room. It's barely bigger than a closet, but I don't complain, no. I have my bed and my aching bones to keep me company, and that's all I need from this world.
She hasn't spoken to anyone for a while. Even her sentences feel rusty.
Crashing darkness. Down the wall.
What happened here? It will still be accessible through the apartment next to it. That one didn't have a door. Sadly, nothing of great value remains here. Indeed.
Yeah, because there's postcards you can pick up, and I'm not sure whether the trophy about finding all the old photographs. Maybe they're not postcards. Maybe they're photographs that the game calls postcards. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Yeah, I would have thought at least finding all of them would be a trophy. But yeah, is this door?
You hear someone walking around inside, rearranging the furniture. The number on the panel says 10. The walking stops abruptly, but no one comes to the door. A poor communard from the looks of it. The room is barely bigger than a closet.
Do I have to open the door? Do you have a warrant? I'm not obligated to open the door if you don't have a warrant.
Let's go. We don't have a reason to get inside that apartment.
It's generally easier to do things if you have literally any reason.
That's the game telling me to stop doing shit that's not related to the case.
That isn't just a 5-pointed star. It's an inverted white pentagram cradled in a wreath of antlers. The iconography of communism, in other words.
I'll keep my armistice handy, detective.
He doesn't actually reach for his gun.
Green glow of light pollution rises to the east. A distant traffic night is falling on the sea. Breaker box is full of cigarette butts and electric wires. Yeah, you don't want to shove them in the fucking breaker box. Shift just a little, someone is watching from within. Creepy, creepy. Oh, excuse me. Just the door, nothing here for you right now. Yeah. So yeah, we won't be doing the working class husband quest line for this one, I don't think. Because yeah, I'm wondering what we need to do to progress it to a point where I can progress the case, but without I can't examine the body. So I wonder how that's going to affect what dialogue choices we get. And I wonder if Kim's going to get fucking pissed off with us because we refuse to fucking examine the body.
This door is made of metal and appears to be reinforced. Someone here really values their security. Number 28. This is where the cleaning lady said the smoker on the balcony lives.
Let's see if anyone's home. Knock on the...
No one answers.
Looks like the young man we are looking for isn't home. I think our best chance to catch him is in the evening. We should return tomorrow after we have finished with our day's work. How about 9 p.m.? Sound good? The smoker on the balcony. This is why we're here, right? He might know something about the murder. So tomorrow 9 p.m.?
Don't worry. It's mostly all still here. You can remember things. You got this.
It's all right. We don't have to be here 9 p.m. sharp. I just need to write something down in my notebook. Tomorrow evening, right here. Apartment number 28. Good, let's go.
Damn. Turns out it's quite tricky finding someone in a big apartment building. Don't worry. You'll get him. Remember, tomorrow. He's probably gone for today.
Because yes, once it's 21, we can sleep. Then that'll push it another day. And I think some other stuff happens on the day after. So can we go? Yeah, we can't go in that door just yet. Yeah, let's go speak to Cindy the Skull. That'll push the time forward a little bit. Then we can go back to the whirling in rags and sleep. Love that we can walk straight past her. Just go straight into the room where she sleeps. Cindy? 100 tiny feet scurrying beneath the great rats of the city. I've cold for several winters. Smell of chemicals.
Ooh, the piggies have learned how to saunter up staircases. I didn't think you could do that with hooves. But here you are. Yeah, you got me now. The dynamic between us has completely changed.
That smell coming from her paint bucket. It's not paint. It's heavy fuel oil.
Red dyed heavy fuel oil, intended for exclusive use in government vehicles, to be precise.
Supposed to have that. It's like red diesel in the UK.
What did you think I was using? Aquarels? Sucked it out of a cop's fuel tank myself. Back in Jamrock. You ain't seen nothing yet, piggy boo. Can't you tell? I'm painting a beautiful mural, an aereo graffitio visible from low orbit. I haven't really started it yet. I'm waiting for the right words. Have you ever tried your hand at graffiti-o? When faced with a blank wall, most people write unimaginative stuff, like pigs go home and Mono is here. We rarely see pigs round here, though. Just union cads. And my name's not Mona, so... This place is severely lacking in havoc. Not even the occasional trash can fire to break up the tedium. I thought I'd mix it up, you know. Summon the forces of crime and social chaos with a wall-sized invitation. Yeah? Thanks. I'm sure the inspiration will come to me now that I have an official RCM stamp of approval.
Didn't work like that.
She means the opposite.
Ooh. Not only have you found my address, you've discovered my biggest secret. I'm a coal miner.
She does have eyes that seem to be smeared with coal.
Yes. I keep hoping a shaft will collapse on me, but somehow it never happens. Does anyone in a city like this? It doesn't have to do anything at all. Nothing does. Like me. Right now, I'm doing nothing at all.
Nothing at all.
The
Stupid sexy
inspiration that
Flanders.
comes to her once hell is set loose on the streets. It's too calm right now.
Fucking hell.
Shoot, Piggy. It's what you do, isn't it?
Sorry. There's an ant infestation and they keep crawling all over me, so I apologise that I keep brushing them off.
Yes? What do you want to know? Maybe you can tell me what you do know to help me narrow it down a bit. Then you are not that far behind, actually. Do you want me to brief you? There's no reason to wing anything. If you didn't get the brief, that's okay. I did. 3 days ago, the RCM Emergencies Desk received a report about a security guard who was found hanged in Martinez. An anonymous caller said there was a dead body behind the Whirling in Rags hostel cafeteria. The cadaver had been there for 4 days. No one had come to investigate. During that time, the victim had been stripped of his belongings. The caller did not identify him, but used the word lynching. There is an ongoing labor dispute between the local dock workers and the logistics company Wild Pines. I was told we should approach the death as part of this dispute. A security guard or worker of some sort hired by Wild Pines. This was just hearsay from Martinez, of course. We need to find out the truth. They didn't identify themselves in any way. The tone was muffled using a device of some sort. The desk could identify neither the caller's age nor sex. There's a strong prejudice against involving the RCM in what's seen as union matters. The dock workers' union is the de facto police in Martinez. Now it appears they've started executing too. We cannot allow that. That's us, the Revachol Citizens Militia. We're the police in this city.
The RCM, or the Revachol Citizen Militia, is the police force you and him are part of. A self-organized peace corps of the occupied city of Revachol. The RCM operates within a legal twilight, yet its authority is rarely questioned. It's super useful to know this.
That's right.
Task complete, okay.
You mean like a brief? 3 days ago, the RCM Emergencies Desk received a report about a security guard who was found hanged in Martinez. An anonymous caller said there was a dead body behind the Whirling. During that time,
Heard that.
the victim had been stripped. Okay then. Was there anything else you wanted to know? No, it's not a particularly mysterious case. The deceased is a security guard for a corporation involved in a labor dispute. It doesn't take a DeLorean polymath to put the pieces together. I just don't see the case getting more mysterious than that.
White male in his 40s, what more do you need? Doesn't fill me with confidence now that I am a white man in his 40s.
I can assure nothing like that will happen. Do you know why not? No, something isn't happening, because it's not part of reality.
The gesture resembles an orchestra conductor bringing the choir to a full stop. So desperately mundane. You need to funk this case up. There's something the lieutenant isn't seeing. The universe is too irrational, too morally complex. You should convince him.
I'm afraid you and I are pawns in a pissing competition. You don't know? I assumed you were in on it. That's good. Better still than an imbecilic cop-off. It's just stupidity. We shouldn't waste any more time on it. If you want my take, ask me after we've inspected the victim. Later. Was there anything else you wanted to know about the case? Good.
No response. He just arches his brow. He's having trouble processing it, believing it even.
Have you tried concentrating on something other than your personal affairs?
There is a sudden, harsh edge to his voice, like he's tired of hearing about your personal affairs.
Not a fan. It's just the nature of lieutenancy.
The RCM deploys a self-styled structure called the Decomptage as its chain of command. Every lieutenant is responsible for 2 sergeants and 8 officers. That means the average lieutenant has to deal with quite a few personal affairs. Even you know this.
Try work, the case at hand. It can work miracles. Fine. We should get through this day first. Off hours begin at 9 p.m. If you're still having trouble then, I can give you an orientation. Really? You look fine to me. This psychodrama is unbecoming of an officer.
Clearly, he prefers to think you're malingering. He cannot fathom that anyone could drink so much as to retroactively erase their entire life.
Then you should consider seeking medical attention. You can use the radio in my kinema to call your station's Lazareth. Was there anything else you wanted? Me? I don't see how my life is pertinent to the investigation. If you insist. What do you want to know? No.
Your brain sends the signal to your lips, but they refuse the order. Something is paralyzing them. You're pretty sure it has something to do with the lieutenant's eyebrow. The eyebrow is exercising psionic control over you. It's like you're locked down.
Something the matter, detective?
What's going on? It's like you're a puppet in his hands. The lieutenant relaxes his eyebrow, and you seem to regain control of yourself.
Good. Let's change the subject. Excuse me? Detective, if I may be frank, you seem to be in a deranged state. You have trouble remembering things. You've misplaced your badge. I cannot let you act in the name of the RCM without supervision until you've regained control of your faculties.
Oh, so you're an unaccountable wreck who has to be supervised? You don't have to take this display of authority. You can disobey.
Except that I do, detective. Some you time? This is a police investigation, not a journey of self-discovery. You'll still have your evenings to yourself. Please do. We wouldn't want your regiment to spill over into the investigation.
The lieutenant is pretty sure Self-care is just a euphemism for nihilistic binge drinking.
The lieutenant is pretty sure self-care is just a euphemism for nihilistic binge drinking. Oh, this game's dialogue, dudes. So that's Inland Empire. I don't know if I've got any. It's almost the end of the day, so fuck it.
Only banal things strike you. At the core, you're a very banal person with a very small soul. One you should be ashamed of. It's no wonder the soft one doesn't want it back. It was right to abandon you.
Right, let's head back because it won't be too long before we can sleep for the first day. See much between the precinct when you ask him about this after the initial inspection. Because we have to inspect the body, and I need to fucking finish the game without inspecting the body. So we'll have to leave that one until the next playthrough. Oh yeah, there's the carry bag. Shit, I forgot. Distant squad of seabirds. Well, let's get that fucking plastic bag. It's a fish. Right, now we can pick up bottles and bits and pieces and exchange them for money. Although we've got 150 odd real, which was plenty for the last playthrough. And that was like doing everything, so I'm sure we'll be okay for this playthrough. Yeah, I also don't know if there's an achievement for collecting enough like trash. I can't remember if I read one that was like, you know, clean the city. Or some abstract version of that, if that makes sense. Right, let's turn the lights on so we can see our score, because I need to know what kind of cop I am. Because yes, we are going to try and get the lowest of the low and the bad cop with this.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out.
All right.
The dashboard lights up with orange glow. The rounds per minute gauge jumps, and the engine of the Caprice Canadian comes to life with a whiny growl. Like a leopard waking from its sleep, yawning and roaring at the same time. The lights unfold with a little click, casting electrical light onto the ground before the vehicle.
There you go. I'll turn them off from the remote once you're done.
As you hold your ledger's clip under the headlamp, an iridescent hologram appears. A street grid and the veins of a great river. A familiar sensation washes over you.
There she is. Revachol West.
Around the borders of the watermark are dozens, no, hundreds of micro-perforations. The rectangular watermark is overlaid with the logo of the RCM, and yet the major arteries of Revachol are all recognizable. They shimmer in the Kanema's headlights. You catch a faint glimmer from a broken beer bottle in the distance. Sounds. Two men engaged in a drunken argument, followed by the closing of some distant window.
Yeah, there's two people arguing outside. There's somebody else has closed their window. But I remember when I was staying, I mentioned staying in Airbnbs earlier. I remember staying in an Airbnb in a hot part of Spain. Well, all of Spain's hot, but it was hot when I was there at a hot time. So I had the window open at night. And yeah, there was this couple arguing. And I was like, oh, I can't speak Spanish, so I can't tell them to be quiet. So I'll just have to fucking deal with it. This is what a cheap Airbnb is, right? But then I heard somebody open a window, say something in Spanish, and then loads and loads of water hitting the ground, and then they started like screaming. Somebody had thrown a bucket of water on this couple that was arguing outside.
Ah, Martinez at night.
Oh, man.
Let me see. Right here. No, it does not.
The rectangular watermark is overlaid. You catch a faint
let me see. Right here. It has its problems.
There are many of them, and they are divided into 3 separate rows. The first row has 18 dots. Not bad for what? You don't even know what it means yet. The next is the longest. It runs all the way around the border, and then some. There are so many, it's hard to count. More than 150, at least. Maybe even 200. The last row has 3 perforations. That's it.
Those are perforations. They represent your record as an officer of the RCM. They are your statistics, as it were. I should have guessed you'd keep a record. Officers often do. Let's take a look.
Alpha male officers who are proud of their numbers often do. It's meant.
The first row represents your years of service. 18 years. Okay, not bad at all. What did you do before you volunteered?
Huh? Hey, Bubbington. You going to say hello to everybody? Time for you to come over and say hello to chat. Come on, can you sit there? Is that a bit weird?
That's what it says. I might have guessed even longer based on your age. What did you do all those blissful years of your youth?
Unlurks for Kitty. Moonborn Rider, welcome in. Moonborn Rider, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that, dude.
Cool. I'm glad you joined us. Not a lot of money in doom crying. Let's move on, shall we? This next row, the one that wraps all the way around, is your number of closed cases. Closed is good. It means finished. You've got, let's see, wow, more than 200. It's quite a lot, even for someone who's been on the force for nearly 2 decades. Usually, clearing more than 10 cases a year puts you in the 90th percentile of all RCM officers. Right. Those are your confirmed kills. You've got precisely 3 perforations there. For an RCM officer, especially Precinct 41, which is in the Jamrock quarter, it's rather tame. I mean that in a good way. There are certain officers who treat their kills like some kind of ghoulish game. If they do happen to solve a case, it's usually by accident. But it seems as though you are, or at least were, one of the good ones. So we have that to be thankful for. Yes. Everyone has their own method of coping, some more effective or self-destructive than others. Personally, I find it helps to keep up a few hobbies. Oh, this and that. Let's not get into it now. Anything's better than annihilating yourself with drugs and alcohol. If you want to pour out the booze you've been carrying around on duty, I'm certainly not going to stop you.
A dark pool of cheap wine appears at your feet. It shimmers in the lights of the Kanema.
Right, apologies, chat. We do have an ad break coming up, so just pop you guys over on the BRB screen. There'll be a raffle and some clips for you guys that want to hang out. Please feel free to get up and move around, grab a drink or a snack. You won't miss anything. I'm going to take a break as well, but yes, I'll be back shortly. Then we finish day one. So yeah, I know that if I don't interact with the corpse, don't investigate the corpse, that's a trophy. So we won't do that. But I also need to make sure I'm a bad cop. So doing this will unlock the stats thing that shows us all the various different metrics. But yes, I'll be right back, and then we'll carry on. Yeah, this is what we want for exploring. This is the way to explore, chat. I need some more battery, but... Oh shit. Okay, maybe this isn't how we explore. The basement. Oh dear. Excuse me. Hot tub streams, review content. I still find it odd that hot tub streams were a thing. Yeah. It's fucking wild, right? I mean, who would watch somebody sitting in a hot tub, right? Like, just in a hot tub. It's just, yeah, it just seems really weird, right? You know, that somebody would do that and loads of people would watch it. Yeah.
We're reasonable people. I'm sure we can work something out. What is it you want?
Finally.
It still fucking works. I'm just kidding. Fuck's sake, game. What more do you want from me? So that should work. That should work. And then, carefully, stagger him so it explodes. What? That's what we wanted. There's all sorts of scary Cronenberg monsters and jump scares and everything, but we all know the scariest thing about this game is first-person platforming. And fucking grabbing with a mouse. It's so strange. That's ridiculous. That is absolutely ridiculous, dude. On top of McHeary and everything else, when I got towards the end of the game, what? Am I stuck inside a box? Am I stuck inside a box? Rockstar, come on. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. Pellis, welcome in, dude. Good to see you. How's it going? All good.
Very noble of you. Are we done here? Everyone has their own. Personally, I find. Suit yourself. Very noble of you.
The lieutenant nods.
Right. I'll go turn off the lights.
Tremble. The time is now. Taola. Time for the show. For Taola. The hallowed time of fear and disintegration.
Doing okay today, mate? How's 100% treating you so far?
Collapse on itself.
Yeah.
The world will disappear into a single grain of blackness. All sound will be muted. All life will scream. I mean, it's kind of a good excuse to play the game multiple times, and I definitely feel like this is the kind of game that I want to have multiple playthroughs under my belt anyway. But going for the 100% also gives me some structure to it. But much like Bloodborne, played it on stream and was completely enamored with it. And then, as well as, you know, I carried on playing other games on stream, but I just couldn't stop playing Bloodborne. And by the end of it, my character was like level 170 something. I'm like 48, 50 plus in every metric. I've got every item in the game. I've got cursed and defiled. Because you get, so there's cursed and defiled chalice dungeons, but you can also get different kinds of weapon, and I don't know whether they're called cursed and defiled. They might have a different name, but you can get a version of, like, let's say the Sword Cleaver, and I think it comes with 3 triangular blood gem slots rather than a circular, a square and a triangle, which means you can build some pretty disgusting weapons with it. Because, yeah, is it cursed? It might be something else. There might be a different name for it, but there's 3 versions of each weapon. There's the weapons you find in the base game, and then there's certain messenger bars that sell different versions of it. So I've collected like a lot of my favorite weapons 3 times. And yeah, I played the fuck out of that game. And yeah, now that I have the emulator working and I can play the game at 1440p 60 FPS, I want to do at least every boss fight once and record it and do like a really good like attempt, not hitless or anything. I mean, if I can do it hitless, then I'll do it, but it's very rare. You know, Shadows I might retry until I can do the hitless strat, because I've watched Ghost do it so many times, and I know that once you get them to a certain amount of health, you've got to pellet and fire paper and just absolutely just transform the fuck out of one of them. And if you kill them before they finish transforming, you can then finish the other one off. And then the third one, if you do an R1 and walk forwards, they'll always dodge to the right, and they just keep doing it. So I know I have beaten Shadows reasonably clean, but I've never done it hitless. But yeah, I'd like to really, really learn every single boss. So I've got a video of how I beat every single boss reasonably clean, because then when people ask, I can say, well, this is what I did, and give them a link. I think that'd be nice to put that on my YouTube, because yeah, I feel like it's kind of silly that I don't have more Bloodborne content on my YouTube, because, you know, I'm such a big fan of the game. But yeah, this game, I played it in 2024 and I've not stopped thinking about it since. I interact with so much content on social media because of it, and I've watched video essays, and I've really had my heart broken hearing people talk about how they resonated with Harry as a character because of their struggles with substance abuse. And I'm like,
this game has reached out and touched so many people, not just me. And yeah, there's this community, and it's kind of like Signalis. It's similar to Signalis. There's a very, very fervently loyal community behind Signalis and also this game. I don't know if they overlap, but yeah. And yeah, I feel like I definitely fit within those kind of communities because, yeah, like I have a deep-seated love for games that do something so well and have such good art direction, and everything just slots into place, and it's just this magical piece of entertainment that just barely has any flaws. And even the flaws that it does have, because nothing is perfect, are so trivial in comparison to all the things it does well. It's just one of the best video games ever made. So, yeah, any excuse to play through it. I'll get the 100%, which means I've got a bunch of playthroughs that I can have on the YouTube. And dare I say, this is the one game that I think I have enough in common with and I resonate with enough that's good enough that I could write a video essay about. But video essays are a lot of work. So I don't know if I want to go into that pipeline. No shade to people that do. You know, I respect it a lot. But yeah, me, I would probably waffle. I mean, you guys have seen me stream. I fucking waffle for hours about this game, and that's while I'm playing it. If I didn't have the game to play and I was just talking about Christ, I would never shut up. So yeah, that's not fucking straight. Excuse me. No, you mean can't think of the name? It's sick, dude. Signalis all timer. Yep, Signalis, Disco Elysium, Viewfinder, Tunic. You know, just games that have just barely let me down in any way, shape or form, that only really annoyed me because of my lack of skill or patience, that were just absolutely fucking outstanding in almost every other way. Gris, and yeah, Bloodborne, that sort of stuff, you know. Interested to see a video essay from you, not gonna lie. Yeah, this is it. People have asked, people have said, well, you know, you watch a lot of video essays, you send me links to them all the time, and you talk a lot about video games. So why don't you make video essays about the games you play on stream? And I was like, well, the whole idea, the whole thing with my stream was like, what if I can bring some of the insight and some of the kind of, you know, detail orientated articulation of a video essay, but whilst I'm live streaming, so I can talk to you guys about what I'm thinking and feeling about the game. Because I'm not sure if writing and then getting into the whole agonizing process of editing and getting a 3-hour video down to a 1-hour video, and it still being too long. Because yeah, I also feel like if I can't add anything meaningful to the discussion, like I'm not going to parrot other people, and obviously part of doing a video essay would be reading and watching other video essays, not to steal ideas, but just to make sure I don't tread on anyone's toes, because I think that's the respectful thing to do. Same when you're making music, when you're writing music, you need to listen to stuff that's similar. And if you realize, shit, that chord progression, it's a really good chord progression, but somebody else has already used it. We both came to the same conclusion, but they've published it before I have. You have to be sensible with it. It's creative integrity is what I would call it. But yeah, I don't doubt that I could probably throw together a script. As I'm sure you guys can tell, I can talk about video games. That's why I do this. But my idea is to make my stream into kind of something similar to a video essay, but I'm never going to have quite the same level of intellect or detail or context as a properly scripted video. But I also have much more agility, and I can get you guys involved and talk to you guys about it as well. So yeah, there is that. But yeah, I don't feel as if I come across enough games that I love enough to regularly make a video. I would probably need to come across, you know, a Disco Elysium or a Signalis or a Viewfinder or a Tunic maybe twice a year, just to have 2 videos a year, and that's nowhere near enough for it to make a difference on YouTube. So I feel like I'd like to have something out there sort of articulating my thoughts and feelings about video games, but that's kind of why I have a live stream, you know, because I want you guys to be involved as well as this bad boy. What are you up to, little baba? What are you doing? Because of the insane world ending, I've been saying this.
Yes, you spoke the words of the Palindropos and the houses of Pericarnassus. Items, people, even words will tumble. All will lose its meaning in the coming years. That is why you marked yourself. The face of the woman fractures. There will be herd killing. We all become vapor.
Excuse me. Yes, in terms of video essays, let me just double check what Ghost's YouTube is called now. I think it might be called Moonlight Ghost. Be on my subs list. So, Ghost's channel. She's obviously got guides that cover like everything, but she's also got 2 videos at the moment. One about disability and the representation of disability in FromSoft games, which is a really, really interesting topic because there's an awful lot of games to draw from, and also a sort of a deep dive on Gurman as a character. And they're both really, really interesting videos. Ghost obviously has an incredibly like biblical knowledge of Bloodborne, and also a lot of knowledge about FromSoft games in general. So it's really nice to see them spurring off into making YouTube content where they can utilize all that knowledge and put it into a video, and you learn so much about the games. They break down so many things because I mean the no hit guide, that's how many hours long is it? Their no hit guide. Yeah, it's a 5-hour video. It's basically Ghost sharing all of her secrets in how the run works and just putting it out there for everyone to learn. It's such a Giga Chad move. It took her such a long time to put that video together because there's just so much to cover. But they do have some more short form stuff, like half an hour and 26 minutes, and they're really good. It's just Ghost talking about them and everything with like really good footage and everything. They're really sort of simple in format, but that's really nice. I like that. They're both definitely worth a watch. So let me grab you the link to their YouTube. But yes, I have a feeling she may be working on some stuff. She's got some stuff going on at the moment, but she might be working on some more stuff in the future, talking about FromSoft games and hopefully some more Bloodborne characters because they are pretty interesting and she does know a lot about them. But yeah, those are 2 video essays that I've really enjoyed recently, as well as the streams when they're possible. So it's late enough for us to go to sleep for the day, I think. And yeah, Kim will give us a debrief. So yeah, I'm not going to speak to this person because they don't like us. I already know they're going to be rude, so fuck them. But yeah, I have thought, you know, if I played a game offline and recorded it with the OBS setup I've got, you know, could I put together, you know, a video? And I thought, yeah, I could, you know, I can edit video. You guys have seen the edits I make. I've got experience editing video and stuff. Script writing, I'm pretty sure I could throw together a script. And I've obviously got the microphone and everything to record it. And I've got a camera if I want to be on screen, and I've got, you know, the ability to capture footage at decent quality. So yeah, it's a possibility. But yeah, like I say, I feel as if there's lots of people doing video essays, and also I really appreciate the dynamics and the agility of a stream. I think that if I was going to talk about a game, if I was going to make a video essay, I would also want to read the comments afterwards, right? And then reply to the comments and chat to people about their thoughts and everything. But if I do that, if that's one of the really fun things for me, if I just stream the game, I can record it for YouTube anyway. If I stream the game, I can talk to you guys and we can have a conversation, and that's like really interesting to me. Because like ultimately throughout my lifetime, the concept of getting something onto a screen that you can broadcast out was obviously in my infancy a process that people that ran TV channels would ideate and design and create and script and then hire actors and studio space and time and film and edit, and then they would put it onto some sort of machine that would broadcast it over fucking radio waves that would, you know, satellite waves or whatever, that would then get picked up by TVs and decoded into a signal and everything. So there was an awful lot of technology, and there was a lot of time in between the idea for what you wanted to put on the screen and it actually showing up on the screen. There was quite a big distance, and that obviously limits agility. Once you've started to make something, you have to make it. And over time, throughout my life, the amount of time between the idea and the broadcast has slowly got closer together because we've got better at doing it. We've created new technologies. Video editing on computers became much easier. Distribution methods became easier. So the amount of time between the idea and the broadcast has always got shorter and shorter. And then, you know, here I am with my domestic internet and a domestic computer, it's reasonably powerful, but freeware software and a few bits of, you know, gadgetry, and I can push a button and broadcast out to like the world. It's the internet, and obviously, you know, the world isn't watching. There's only like 5 people here, but the concept of being able to run a live broadcast from my home as someone who's in their 40s, like, streaming is genuinely like magic to me. Like, it is one of the most interesting and thought-provoking things I've been able to do with technology in my lifetime. I've done all sorts of stuff with Photoshop and animation and music, and all sorts of stuff, but broadcasting gameplay, single-player games that have no social aspects to them, but having the social aspect be you guys in the chat, making single-player games that I love more social, is genuinely, like, you know, kind of magical to me as a human being. And deep down in my heart, I know that despite all the things I dislike about Twitch and the internet and everything else, with every moral fiber of my being, like, I fucking love streaming. Like, I actually fucking love it. And even though a bunch of things about it that orbit around it do my head in no end, stress me out so much, make me depressed and angry and resentful, I know that this is like one of the fucking coolest things I've ever done with my spare time. And you guys are a part of that, so, you know, I thank you. So yeah, as much as I'd like to make video essays or think they'd be good, live streaming is it for me. This is where it happens or doesn't happen, you know. I'll put it on the line. But yeah. Anyway, I'll stop fucking waffling now. Excuse me.
Yes. What do you want to know? Good.
Oh yeah, okay, so I think we've got to sort out our fucking bill so we can go into our room, and then when we try to go into our room, then he says, oh, by the way. Thought about doing an in-between and putting on a minute of delay where you're both live streaming. Yeah, well, this is the thing. I mean, with the Twitch servers in the UK just disappearing, I don't even know what my fucking latency is to myself. Like, I don't know what it's going to say. Does it tell me my latency? This is how you check your latency, by the way, chat. Latency to broadcaster, 3 seconds, 2.56 seconds. And that's me from my server. So God knows what it is. You know, so there is already, there's already a 2-3 second delay anyway, just because of how it works. But yeah, they just turned off all the UK servers. Yeah, I can't speak to him, can I? I have 2 seconds. Well, yeah, this is the strange thing, right? My friend who I know lives probably 40 minutes, probably an hour's drive from where I live. I get 6-7 seconds latency and I have to refresh the stream all the time. My friends in Australia that stream, and my friends in, like, you know, New Zealand or Japan that stream, it's like 1 second. And I'm like, how the fuck is it that bad? And it's because in England, I'm going to whatever server they've chosen, because there's no England server. So they're probably going to some crazy server in the middle of fucking nowhere, and then it's coming all the way back to me because there's no server in London anymore. And I don't know why that is. Like, the London server just disappeared, so I have to choose between Paris or Ireland. And, you know, they're not that far away, don't get me wrong. They're probably, you know, not as close as London, obviously, but still, you know, they're still not miles away. But yeah, it's obviously creating some latency, which I apologize for. But again, it's one of those things that's out of my control. Like when the stream gets disconnected and my YouTube stream stays up, but the Twitch stream can't connect. And I'm like, how is that even, like, possible? Like, surely the internet I'm using to get to YouTube is the same as the internet I'm using to get to Twitch. So I really don't know what the issue is, but yeah. Twitch has always been at a deficit for Amazon, so they're shutting down servers while enabling 90-second ads to try and make it profitable. Yeah, it's so much about securing the bag. And yeah, they pay way over the odds to use Amazon's architecture, probably to get some tax break or something. But you know, the thing is, for all the things about streaming that I don't like, that I think are wrong, some of the people I've met through streaming have like had such a positive impact on my life in so many ways. So like I say, like streaming, I absolutely fucking love it. There's just an awful lot of shit orbiting around it, and a lot of people saying and doing things because it's a difficult thing to get good at. And I've said this a few times before, but just to clarify, like pretty much every kind of negative behavior you see in the streaming world is almost a complete mirror of the music industry. There are loads of people trying to get a band off the ground in the same way there are loads of people trying to get a stream off the ground. And when the band thing doesn't work out, bands do one or two, they do a handful of things, and you can equate that to what people do in the streaming world. And yeah, it's very apparent, because every time you go on social media, if you have a streaming social media, you know, there's so many people selling snake oil, so many people trying to advertise, you know, the trick to grow. It's just, and it's very, very clear what's going on is that those kinds of things where they just cast out statements and everything that are trying to get people to sort of like buy a product to help them with their creativity, it's always because that market is struggling, and the music industry's struggled. All sorts of other sort of creative industries are struggling because of the economy and everything. But yeah, but you see it in streaming, and I immediately remembered all of the stuff my friends in the music industry have to deal with, and it's the same. It's literally the same. And I've said to a number of people that, you know, being a streamer is like being a musician. There's so many parallels, and they're like, no, it's nothing like that at all. I'm like, you're fucking just wrong. It's one of the things I will actually argue with people about, is I know you're fucking wrong. There are so many parallels with being a live streamer and being a musician. There are so many things about both of those creative endeavors that are very, very aligned. It's ridiculous. The way you market yourself, the way you get your name out there. Like, I'd even go so far as to say, right now, there are a bunch of people who are covers bands. They do other people's content on their channel. They're covers bands. And it's facetious and it's catty and combative, and I don't like saying it, but that's the equivalent. Is they tried to do their own thing, it didn't work, so now they copy what's popular, i.e. a covers band, and they do that. And they know that there's a threshold on that, there's a glass ceiling to that, but that doesn't matter to them, you know? And I'm not going to judge people for doing it. Like I say, different people can do whatever they want. I'm not in charge. It's not up to me. But yeah, you see it, and you see, you know, the whole sort of like, oh, we're going to put together this kind of record label that's like, you know, indie. It's really, you know, we're going to get loads of bands together. It's going to be really creative. We're going to help people get signed. We're going to help people get noticed. We're going to help people get gigs and ticket sales and everything. We're going to bring it all together under one roof. And I'm like, this is all snake oil. And then you see it in the streaming world as well. It's all fucking snake oil. And like I say, the bottom line is, it's the same with musicianship. Like, if you don't fucking love it, like if you don't really, really, really fucking love it, the industry will fucking eat you alive. It will chew you up and spit you out, because that's what that kind of competitive side of the industry is like. And yeah, if you focus too much on success and financial viability and profitability and marketability and everything else, you lose that creative spark that made you want to do it in the first place. And then you end up a jaded musician in your 40s who only makes sad songs, you know, and I don't want to be that guy in streaming. It made me feel bad for not streaming and binging Hades 2. Well, this is the thing, is that different people enjoy video games in different ways. And some people say to me, like, there's no way I could play a video game with a bunch of people like in the chat. It's so personal to me when I play a video game, and I don't want people to see what I choose. I don't want people to see how I play the game and what I do. It's very, very personal. I like single player games because they're very, very sort of closed off. It's just me and the game. And I'm like, I get that. I completely get that. But like, I've tried playing games off stream, and when something interesting happens and I turn and there's nobody on my chat screen because I'm not live, my heart hurts a little bit. Like, genuinely, I immediately want to share that with you guys. But anyway, I'm fucking waffling too much. Let's speak to Gart so I can sleep, and then we'll do that.
Can I help you? Thanks. I hope you found what you were looking for. How strange. I certainly didn't put them there.
What Crumbs is saying is that he loves attention. Well, this is the strange thing. Like, I don't like being the center of attention in a big room full of people. Like, even though I used to be like the life and soul of the party because I was fucking drunk. Like, when everyone started like looking at me, I was like, it was weird. And like, I would definitely do goofy shit with my friends, like a handful of people. We'd like be jumping off roofs and doing tricks on our BMX bikes and skateboarding stuff, and you know, racing bins down there. He used to put the fucking wheelie bins on and then fucking push them down this big hill, just goofy shit like that. And I did it with my friends because it was hilarious, right? And we had a good time doing it. But if we were at a party and somebody was like, "Wait, let's do this," and I was like, nah, "There's too many people around," you know, I was like. I was never about doing it in front of other people. I was never about being the center of attention. I like being in a room full of energy. There's this vibe and this energy in a room where everybody's like up, not on drugs, but just, you know, feeding off the energy. I like being in that situation, but I don't need to be the person creating or the center of attention or energy. I don't need to be that. For me, it's just that feeling of being alive, and being in front of a bunch of people in a room is not like performing on a stage would never be for me, which is why I'm not a musician. You know, I couldn't get up on a stage and sing in front of a bunch of people. It's not for me. I respect people that can do it. No, again, no shade to people that do it. I couldn't do it myself. But yeah, like I don't like being the center of attention, but I like socializing. I like talking with people. I like getting to know people and everything. And that's why when I thought about making video essays before I even thought about streaming, I was like, well, yeah, but I want to form a community and I want people to watch the video and then talk to me about it on, you know, whatever we were using back then as like the fucking forum thing. You know, I'd have to start a forum as well as the YouTube channel. But then, yeah, the idea of streaming, I was like, well, if I can chat to people whilst I'm playing the game and we can have a discussion about things while I'm playing the game, that's the way to go about it, surely. That's kind of fucking magical as an idea. And here we are. Not that for me, once I get a new game, I'll play it non-stop, and I know I can't stream that long. British through and through. Yeah, I mean, yeah, if you if you like playing a game and just focusing on the game, because it is distracting. Like, you know, it's a distraction. That's one thing I have to admit, is that when I'm talking to you guys and playing a game, I don't focus on the game as much as I could do, but I enjoy playing games more when I can hang out with you guys as well. Like, this is the thing, is I enjoy myself. And like with streaming a game, like even when the game isn't that good, like when the game is visibly and you guys can tell it's not great, us having a laugh and a joke about it kind of makes it palatable, right? It's like, okay, well, let's see how. Whereas if I'm playing a game and it's not well, when I played We Happy Few, I fucking just deleted that game. I got to a certain point in the story, which I won't spoil for anybody just in case. But I was like, oh my God, this game has been such a fucking slog. And then it threw like the fucking worst twist. And I was like, oh, I'm just done. I'm done with this game. And I deleted it. And I was like, but I don't do that. I mean, I have done, but I rarely do that with stream games. Even when a game isn't that great, I'll play through it just so we can complete it. But yeah. Probably be streaming GTA 6 when it comes out, just for the PlayStation, only because I have a friend that asked me to do it, so he sees the game. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people are going to try and start streaming with GTA 6. The problem is it's going to be probably one of the most saturated categories in history. There'll be millions, like easily. I reckon there'll probably be, maybe not a million streamers, but there'll probably be somewhere in the order of maybe 500,000 people streaming that game, I think. I mean, actually, maybe that's too many. I'm not too sure. Which has only got fucking 2 million viewers, that is. And streamers, I think it might be even, like, it's quite a bit less. But yeah, the ratio of viewers to actual live streams is fucked, and it has been for years. But yeah. More like sharing my screen, the best way you can do for PlayStation, or someone who doesn't have a PlayStation. Yeah, doing a screen share. I mean, you can just, I mean, I'm pretty sure PlayStation and Discord are fairly well connected now, so you might be able to share your screen to Discord, which is probably the easiest way, but I'm not sure. Hope no one watches beside that. Yeah, well, just put like, you know, well, you could put subscribers only chat, but yeah, they'd have to subscribe, which is obviously not great. I mean, sorry, but you know, but yeah, I mean, you might be able to just screen share, because Discord, you can get Discord on PlayStation because they sort of did a deal, right? So check if you can screen share from your PlayStation to Discord, because that might be the easiest way to do for it. I haven't used Discord on the PlayStation, so I'm not too sure, but I enjoy it sometimes, not often, with a pun here or there. Yeah, and you guys bring an awful lot of interesting kind of, you know, humor and intellect and, you know, jokes and, you know, banter and everything to it. It's just, yeah, it's nice to have a community of people that you hang out with and you can share games with. Because yeah, like amazing things happen in video games, and I've got no one to talk to about it. So yeah, it's nice to have a little community of people to hang out with. I really appreciate it. Thank you guys.
I think fugue states are more your forte, officer. Sylvie had the keys before I got here, and I can vouch for her. I can vouch for all my staff. None of us would tamper with the
Discord's
crimes.
much, yeah. Switch back to TeamSpeak for talking because Discord is getting pretty shittier than it was before because of shit. Yeah, and I mean, there's Gilded. I remember being part of an e-racing league for Gran Turismo 7, and we were on Discord, and we had like, I don't know, 50, 60 members, and we had like races going almost every week. It was great. Then somebody in the community was really, really dead set on moving us to Gilded. They were like, Gilded, it does this, it's better, it's better, it's better. And I was like, in the past, when people have migrated communities, it's usually kind of killed the momentum and also kind of stripped the community quite badly. I don't think it's a good idea to move from one platform to another for the social aspect of a community. But about 7 or 8 people out of like, you know, maybe 15 or whatever voted to move to Gilded, so we moved to Gilded. So of the like 55 to 60 people, like I think 38 of them moved over to Gilded, and that killed the momentum. There weren't quite as many races, people weren't quite available as often as they were before, and then after a while a bunch of people were like, yeah, actually we can't do this, and we can't do this, and we can't do this, and it uses this protocol for video sharing, it uses this protocol for doing polls and stuff. It's really awkward to use this platform. We should migrate back to Discord. And I was like, yeah, at this point, go for it. And I think only 16 people might actually moved back to the. And I think I don't know if the old Discord got closed down and we started a new one, but yeah, there were only 16 people. And yeah, we had like maybe 2 races a year, and it just slowly died out. And I was like, nah, that's a shame. Because, yeah, again, it was nice to be part of a community playing a game, competing and everything. And, yeah, sharing clips and talking about setups and everything and talking about car setups. It was great. But, yeah, migrating from one to the other was, yeah,
Trash
not
collection
great.
service, CS Municipal. I don't see why they would put anything in the trash, though.
You can rent a TeamSpeak's 6 server for $5 a month directly from TeamSpeak themselves. They're very cheap and perfect for friends. And they're end-to-end encrypted both for voice and text. So does TeamSpeak have space for like text and posting pictures and stuff like that as well? Because I think the last time somebody told me about TeamSpeak, it was just for doing comms in a video game. So you could all have like a constant like open mic to a bunch of people, and then you didn't have to use the mic thing in the game.
Yes, Municipal. I doubt we'll be able to track down who was sent here last and when. This will have to be one of those little threats that solves itself down the road. Thank you anyway.
Yes? What thing? Yes, not the whole damn union, thank God. Just the
Doesn't work as well as
nastiest
Discord
and
for that, but that's what I heard. They're
faction.
working on a full Discord rival. The time is now, right? Because Discord's been bought out, and I've noticed ads are popping up and everything, and it still functions. And obviously, it's the thing that everybody already has on their phone. So I still kind of, I still have the community on there. And obviously, right now with how slow everything is, if I tried to start something else up, like it wouldn't. So I kind of just have to stick with the Discord I've got. And obviously, I pay for it, which helps because I can then stream to the Discord and do stuff and everything.
They come here in the evenings. Dumb,
yeah.
unruly types. Think they're big shit. But they're good customers. They place big orders and always pay on time.
Upload a file, and if people want to view it, they have to download it. So it's a bit slower. There's no file hosting where like it's just there to stream from a server in the app to make it. Yeah, okay, yeah.
We should find out who this
Which is not
is.
everything, is it? But it's still,
Loudness means talkative, and we need info. We don't. We have to wait. They'll show up sooner or later. Men get hungry, even men on strike.
You glance at the clock on the wall behind the manager. Huh.
Good question.
They're probably getting drunk or protesting something somewhere.
Doesn't have a phone
Or
app, and they have the old
laying low
TeamSpeak 3
after
app, which is kind of shit.
lynching.
Yeah, this is it. This is it. The thing is, if there was a genuine, like, almost one-to-one, I don't mind jumping ship for a one-to-one. even though it's something platforms know. It's like when Twitter turned to shit, and then there was Blue Sky and Threads had the right idea. They started a Twitter clone. It was obviously off the back of Instagram. It had Instagram integration, which kind of helped, but also they made sure that everybody kind of got a decent amount of following compared to what they had on Instagram. So if you had a follower, you could instantly start building your following very quickly. And also, I think they were just a little bit less stringent with how much stuff got shared. I think they kind of just shared everything to everybody. So your posts on Threads had more legs on them, if that makes sense. It's difficult if you don't understand content creation. But yeah, like certain platforms, when you post certain content, because that's the content that they want, and it's also going to align with the demographic that's very strong on that platform, it's just going to end up getting pushed more. Whereas my content, which is me talking about games whilst the game's there on the screen, that stuff doesn't really have a demographic on something like, let's say, TikTok. But on YouTube, there's lots of people that are into discussion because they're used to talking in the comments under videos. So the thoughts that I have and the articulation stuff I do on video games while I'm playing the game on YouTube tend to do a little bit better. But on TikTok, if I just film myself at my desk talking about something that I may have talked about while I was playing a game, but I talk about it because I haven't made a clip of it or it's a bit too long, I'll make a slightly longer video for TikTok. Those tend to do quite well when you're just talking to the camera. So yeah, it depends on the kind of content stuff. But yeah, when there isn't a one-to-one to jump to, it's like, small team working with limited funds, so it takes a while. Yeah, build the audio quality on TeamSpeak. It's shit. That shit is unrivaled. Yeah, that's usually. I mean, these apps, these sort of outside apps that exist. There's usually one thing they do really, really well. They just don't do anything else, and it's I
have a feeling we'll make their acquaintance sooner or later.
But yeah, I remember the audio on Discord wasn't too bad. But then again, like for me, I'm using a really good microphone, so obviously that sends a really clean signal of my voice. So
what?
Also, NASA use TeamSpeak for low latency communications and encryption. Do they use it for like do they use TeamSpeak to communicate with them on the space shuttle?
By the way, you should come back to this.
Not over traditional internet, but sending packets of information like with the satellite guidance or whatever.
Absolutely out of the question.
You wait and see, cafeteria manager. Absolutely in the question. First, we find a sad. Use it for communicating with the ISS. They use it internally. Yeah, just internally. Yeah. Your body is ready, sire.
Yes. Have you got it? You must be joking, right? You come here, trash everything, and now you try to pay with a novelty check? This isn't a game show. I'm not going to accept it. You owe me cold, hard money. I want to see that money in the palm of my hand. Every single cent.
You can cash it in at the local frit near the harbor gates, though it might not be enough to cover it.
A lot. For the room, drinks, and broken window, 130 real. Like what? I was rarely enjoying talking about the money you owe me.
Yeah, I would have thought NASA programmed like their own like tool for communicating. You know, I mean, it doesn't seem like much of a challenge compared to some of the stuff they've achieved, right? Because yeah, when someone's like, I wonder what they use for like this at like NASA, and I was like, well, they have like some of the smartest people in the world working. I'm sure they just make their own version of something, you know, because then they can completely control it, right?
Welcome to Frit. Feel free to look around or something. Everything is out on the shelves.
What's that magazine she's reading?
You mean this? This is Pop Stars. It's got, like, famous people in it. It's not for sale.
Looks like it also has something called Police de la Mode, featured on page 34. This speaks to you.
It's where they rate different outfits famous people wear. It's kind of funny. They're kind of mean.
Also has integration with a bunch of mods like GTA RP servers and the way they directional and proximity chat through TeamSpeak, and they use their tools for 3D audio. Yeah, a lot of the friend slot games, like we played Peak the other day, they have that sort of directional audio where like when you fell, it's like and then it's such a simple feature, but it's so fucking good, man. It's so fucking good. I think I can filter by peak. I think I can filter by category. It's the way everybody's looking up. That was a fucking good one. But yeah, they are friend slop, but yeah. It's such a simple mechanic, but it adds so much fucking humor.
No. I don't like it. I hate it.
We are not the fashion police. We're the real police.
You mean this? This is pop.
Looks like it also has some...
It's where they rate different outfits famous people wear.
Best
it's
friend
kind
slop
of funny.
game.
They're kind of mean.
It felt as if...
It's about who's the most stylish.
Like, there were sections of the map, and it was like, this is fucking ridiculous. Like, it's like kind of impossible. And the thing is, right, those friend slop games, they kind of need to pose some of a challenge, but like they always tend to make it like just a bit. It's kind of like, okay, this is just fucking RNG, and like, I get that if you complete the game in like the first try, you won't play it again. But at the same time, like Repo was great, and then they did an update, and it was just like suddenly there were so many enemies that you couldn't just play the game. It wasn't like, oh, there's an enemy and that took up some time. There was just 5 or 6 enemies in every single area all the time, and you were just constantly hiding. You couldn't talk because most of them react to sound. So I was like, well, now you can't talk and you can't goof off and muck around. You've lost what the game was. I was just, and then yeah, within like a couple of weeks, nobody was playing Repo, and I was like, that fucking sucks. You know, like that game was hilarious. I love playing that game. But yeah, there'll be another friend slop. I mean, there is Mecha Chameleon, right? That's the current friend slop game that everyone's playing. But I mean, the thing is, when they're like a few quid, like £3-4, I'm like, yeah, cool, whatever, I'll play it once. But some of them, they end up being like £30-40. I'm like, nah, I'm sorry, you're fucking milking it. I'm sorry, I'm not falling for that. So much harder than that. Yeah, you've got to remember the map changes every 24 hours. Yeah, this is it. But obviously, as a streamer, like if I'm going to boot the game up and play with you guys, that's the day. You know, it needs to change every cycle. The map should change every cycle so I can get an easy seed. And there should be something in there that means that after a difficult seed, you get an easier seed, you know? You can still have the RNG element, but yeah, it's just, they make them awkwardly difficult rather than fun, challenging difficult. And that's where I start to lose interest. Depends on the map generation for that day. There's a shit ton of mods on Steam. This is probably a mod for what you want. Yeah, probably, yeah. But that's getting into a territory where I'm like, okay, if we were playing it like every stream for like a year, yeah.
We're the real police.
Okay. I'm not really supposed to be chatting to anyone, but... wow. I didn't know you worked for the union, sir. Anything else I can do for you?
That was easy. Worryingly so.
Because Frit has an army?
She blinks at you, confused as to why you'd ask such an obvious thing.
Normal game has a room for 4, but there's a mod so you can have 20 people. Yeah, I saw, because of the decompilation project on N64, somebody modded Super Mario to be a multiplayer game, and oh shit, that's not gonna work, is it? Somebody modded Mario 64 to be multiplayer, and had 100 like challenge runners. Peak, absolute peak. Wahoo! Oh, fucking hell. But obviously they get separated eventually, right? Obviously the beginning is fucked, but they get separated at the end. But there's like 20 of them for the Bowser fight. Yeah, fucking absolute memes. Love it. Absolute memes. I never owned a Nintendo, but I have memories of this game, so I played it somehow. I think everybody played it. It was fucking everywhere. It was everywhere. You probably played it at a friend's house. This is the thing, is that the Nintendo 64 and the PlayStation were just like fucking generational. Like they were everywhere. Like my family had a PlayStation, but my friend had a Nintendo 64. So I played GoldenEye and a bit of Legend of Zelda. Well, I played GoldenEye at one friend's house, and then another friend had Legend of Zelda. So I would go hang out there, and I watched them play through Ocarina and Majora's. And I did a few bits myself, but I only sort of watched most of it. So I'd like to do a playthrough, but I want to check for like the version that's worth playing on, because there's a few HD mods that make it look good and everything. We've got the remake coming up, but I don't have a Switch 2, so...
yeah, like 2000 or so.
All your friends had PlayStations, like Nintendo wasn't that big here. Well, all your friends had good taste then. All your friends had good taste, right?
I don't know. It stops people from.
But no,
robbing
arguably.
Frick, I guess. If they know there's
arguably.
an armory, I mean, I wouldn't want to fuck with them anyway.
The whole Nintendo seal of approval thing, like Nintendo would only let really good games be released on the Super Nintendo. So there weren't as many games, but they were all fucking like kind of elite tier. Like they were all really fucking good. Whereas the PlayStation, there were so many games, but like I would say probably half of them were like, yeah, you know, you played them, yeah, whatever, you know, like it was a video game. But then there were a bunch of them that were like, damn, this is really fucking good. And then I would say that there were almost as many, almost 2/3 as many as there were Nintendo games that were like elite tier as well. So both platforms had like a selection of elite tier games that I think everyone should try at least once.
Businesses often hire private security this side of the river.
But yeah,
It's
like
an
Nintendo were
unfortunate
just like
state of affairs,
only the
but not
best.
unheard of.
Time Splitters, Spider-Man, Spyro, Crash Bandicoot, yep, all classics. You just gave me some sort of complex look at how good your camera is and how nice your voice is. Fuck what? Broomhilda, welcome in. I'm not too sure. I mean, it's a Sony A6000 and a cam link to convert it to USB, and it's a Shure MV7 Plus. So, but the thing about microphones is it's more about the filtering than the mic. So the microphone's expensive, but if I turn off all the mic filters, this is what my microphone sounds like without any filtering, which is really tinny, grainy, not very well compressed. My voice isn't very well balanced or anything. If I start talking over here, you guys can barely hear me because I'm not speaking. Whereas if I turn the filters on, I can now talk like this, or like this, or like this, or like this, or like this. I can talk quietly like this. You guys can still hear me because the compressor takes everything the microphone hears that's within the human voice bandwidth and brings it up to a level where you guys can hear it. So even if I talk really fucking loud and obnoxiously, or I talk quite quietly, the compressor saves you. Compressors are massively important. So many people sleep on the compressor filter. It is such an important filter for streaming, in my opinion. A Sony A6000, you look so professional. Well, don't make his ego bigger. Saying right now, I'm sleeping on the compressor. So many people sleep on the compressor. I just shat myself. Sorry, dudes. But yeah, the thing is, in terms of getting that really warm, broadcasty sound, the thing is, what you have to kind of talk to the microphone like this, so you get basically every kind of bit of sound from my voice. And I could put the microphone like here, like a lot of people do. But I quite like the idea that the microphone's not in the screen. It's just me talking. It's not in the way or anything. So yeah, eating the mic. And don't get me wrong. When you EQ it well, it has this nice, warm, comforting broadcast quality, and it's good. Like I would like to be able to achieve that with the microphone like this far away. So it's probably about 3 hands away. So it's about this. Yeah, it's a little bit longer than that. I don't have a ruler, but it's probably a little bit further. But most people say like your fist. That's where your microphone should be, and I agree if you want to go for that sound. But it's also so much about the EQ, and EQing is there's this whole dark art with EQing that takes ages to get practice in. But yeah, the easiest thing to do is to get your microphone set up without an EQ. Just get the compressor and the noise gate and everything set up. Start recording in OBS, tell a story, and experiment with your voice a little bit. So say something quite loud, say something quite quiet, talk about something you know lots about that you can just talk about for like 5-10 minutes. Take that recording, make it a source in OBS, and then apply audio filters to that source, because you'll be changing the microphone, basically. And then you can listen to it on loop of you telling this story. You can move things around on the EQ until you get the sound you want, and then you can just copy those filters onto the mic source, and then you're good. Compressor crunch. Being feminine, I'm sort of stuck at eating the mic, but compressor will help bring my squeaking to level. Thank you for taking some time to flatter pick you. No, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. And yeah, obviously, depending on the register of your voice, I'd love to be able to give you my EQ, but my EQ won't suit you if your voice is a few registers below or above. So the majority of your voice will sit somewhere on like the spectrum. And it's about figuring out where your voice sits. I don't know if I can show you. Can I show you a spectrometer on this? Yeah. So basically, my voice, these two here, that's too low for the human voice, and that's too high, or vice versa. So these two, for me, completely down the bottom. I then lift them a bit here. And then here, there's a few frequencies that I want to remove. So I use that as an EQ for one thing, but also after you've used an EQ to tidy up and clean up the vocal sound of your microphone, what you want to do is you want to have what's called a 3-band EQ, which is a much simpler premise. It's just the highs, the mids, and the lows. Upping the low and the low and the mid. Sorry, the low and the high, and then dropping the mid will make it sound a little bit nicer. But there's also noise suppression, which I turned off. There's a noise gate, but noise suppression, that will actually eat the quality a little bit because it just removes stuff. So having it early in the chain is not good, which is probably why I've got the 3-band EQ to tidy it up and the EQ after that. But yeah, there's a noise, it's an echo removal because I do get a bit of an echo here, but yeah. But as well as the filters, they also need to be in the right order. So that noise suppression is at the top. It shouldn't be there. It should be at the bottom. I don't know why, but it's probably because it used to be at the bottom and I've added stuff since. But yes, depending on where you sit and where your voice sits on the vocal register, will change how the EQ works. Excuse me. Talking about EQing and how my voice is going. That's fucking crazy. But yes, a compressor will help. These are applied in order. Yes, yeah. So with audio chain, the audio chain, what you want to do is you want to do all of your manipulation and modification with the full signal. So you want everything, and then you only want to put noise suppression, which takes stuff away. If it's a reducing filter, so it takes things away and it drags things down, you want to put that at the very end, because the EQ that you set up, so for instance, noise suppression would pick up the fan on the other side of the room, and it would pick up your air conditioner and maybe your tumble dryer humming in the background, right? That low humming noise that sits outside the vocal register. If my EQ is going to get rid of that anyway, I don't need a noise suppressor to do that, right? So I put my noise suppression at the end because I want the EQ to get the full signal of everything, so I can EQ it to make it sound how I want. Noise suppression is just to secure it. But the thing is, I don't have any noise suppression right now. Like you guys see, it was turned off, but the mic sounds pretty clear, right? And you guys can't hear that much in the back. If I just, if I did that, you could hear something, but the background noise isn't too bad where I am. But some people need more noise suppression than that. Some people don't need echo reduction. Some people do. It's just how it is. But yeah, the thing about noise suppression and echo removal is you want to put those at the end because you want your EQ to have the most signal to work with before you start cutting stuff out. If you cut stuff out and then you try and work with what's left, yeah, you end up in this weird situation where you're trying to EQ something that doesn't exist. So it just cuts out and you end up with like your voice just stops at a certain point and just cuts out. And you lose some of the spectrum of all the various different frequencies in the human. But like when I speak, you guys can hear. If I change my tone a little bit, you guys can hear that I'm now speaking with the inflection at the end of each word and each sentence, right? And you can hear that because with certain kinds of noise suppression, it would pick that up as not my voice and remove some of it. So it would sound weird. And when people laugh or shout or get excited, it just doesn't know what to do because the noise suppression is too early in the chain. But yeah, doesn't sit outside the vocal register. It's just a low hum. It doesn't fit within the bandwidth of the frequencies that make up the human voice. So I would say that's outside the human register, but it gets picked up by microphones either way because microphones just picks up vibrations in the air. But there are some people that have a voice that would be the joke about my voice, Grumps. Oh yeah, when you were like in a whirl, it was so fucking. It's exactly the narrator's voice. In a world. It's so perfect. Anyway, we have got an ad break coming. I need to pop you guys over on the BRB screen. There'll be a raft and some clips for you guys that want to hang out. Please feel free to get up and move around, grab a drink or a snack. You won't miss anything. I'm going to take a break as well. Is it gone, sadly? Just smoke about 40 cigarettes a day and drink whiskey and you'll get that voice back. No, don't. I'm kidding. Yes, I'll be right back and then we'll carry on. Excuse me. Where's my BRB button? Yeah, it's easy. Just gargle gravel and you'll be fine. Don't. I'm kidding. Right, I'll be right back.
Don't fuck with me, game. Game, don't fuck with me. Don't fuck with me, game. It didn't want to let me do that. There's probably a proper solution. It didn't want to let me do that. Holy shit, chat. Clip it.
I'm in danger.
Do you know what? I don't know why I just stuffed literally the most crisps in my mouth as I could. I sometimes forget I need to eat like a normal human being. And do you know what Do you know what I set up for you? He's a crab. Crab. Fucking hell, chat. Did you see my health? We played Mortal Kombat or Killer Instinct or Mario or whatever. And we were on the sofa together. We were drinking orange juice and eating snack food on our day off from school, playing video games. We were hanging out. And that's what this feels like to me. This is taking me back to being a kid again. And I fucking love it. So if people want to slap a number on it and compare, then that's fine. They can do that. But it doesn't fucking matter. Like, think about all the times when you've been in a stream and something amazing has happened. Do you know how many viewers there were at that point? Do you know how many follows there were at that point? Do you know any of the numerical metrics that were attached to that moment? The time on the stream, the time, you know, the amount of people that responded, the amount of GGs that happened in chat. You don't remember that shit, but you remember something else. You remember how that moment made you feel. That's the important bit. That's the important bit.
Ah, I forgot Ronart's resolve. Oh. Memes.
Stop. I can only get so erect. No, you fucking cunt. See ya. Oh no, I've done the same thing. That's what I get for...
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. If you'd have watched someone win the gamble all the way in just a matter of seconds. Yeah, well, it's just you guys and your fucking points. I feel bad sometimes, but then, yeah, you guys, you never stop. So I had 380k the other day, gambled it all and lost. Way to try and overtake you. GG, I guess you son of a... Cannot go well. Yeah, no, the Melania clip. I should do another playthrough. Let me say it came for me. Never want to go there. I have to kill her myself this time. She can be learned. It takes a lot, but she can be learned. But she's just one of those FromSoft bosses that has a lot to think about. But other than that, you know, don't fall. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, I don't know. On here, I'd have to go to my own channel briefly, which is a bit cringe, but because I have it removed because I don't need to see on my own chat. So when I'm third, watch this chat.
No! God!
Classic. There we go, right. But yeah, I have it turned off in the chat program that I use. Fan's working. I'm getting a bit warm in here. Cops are full.
You think the police, like, bother catching
Yeah, you gave
shoplifters?
Pettis third, you idiot. Yeah, well,
Threat releases themselves, so yeah.
still I rise.
Anything
Jesus, so
else you
hot all over the
wanted?
world. We're on fire. Yeah, this is the it's fucked, right? Everyone's like, but capitalism and industry are the only things that work. I'm like, it doesn't work because A, you have to pump a couple of billion into it every now and again because it collapses. AI is about to prove that. And secondly, you're making the planet so uninhabitable, there'll be no one to buy the products that you're manufacturing. You are literally boiling the planet alive. Yeah, like it's not working at all.
I don't really know anything. I mean, I know it's there, but
I am getting a bit
I haven't
shiny
seen
as well
it,
because it's a
so-
bit warm, right? Excuse me. Very technical device. It's just a good old face towel for those of us that perspire. Do you know what's fucking crazy, Curefits, right? After like a fucking race, like 55 lap race somewhere where it's quite warm, like Antonelli and a couple of others, they get out of the car, they're not even sweating. And I'm like, fucking hell, man. They are fucking athletes these days.
I don't know.
Parasites don't care if they destroy the host. It's a quote I came across today. Well, yeah, this is it.
No need to worry. It's just
Human
standard
beings
procedure
just
for us to ask
have no regard
If you
for
hear anything, let us know, okay?
like every other animal on this planet, every other species, every other animal on the planet has found some way to exist in like harmony with the world around it in a way that doesn't damage the world, apart from humans. You know, we are quite literally closer to a parasite or a cancer on this earth than we are to an animal. It's, yeah, we're destroying the place we live. And there is no planet B.
Okay. I don't know, really long.
Actually adjusts Fedora. Actually, just dehydrated. They use the heat by now. They're sitting right in front of a space heater set to volcano mode. Actually, oh yeah, this is it. It's just sort of like, it's really cold in winter. What do you mean global warming? I'm like, well, it's not as cold. And also in the summer, it's 38 degrees, you know, this far north of the equator. It's not normal. The Tour de France is literally having to sort of adjust and change the way the stages work because people are riding in 41-degree heat. It's not sustainable. Oh, I got a raffle. Okay. I suppose I better join this one to get some fucking points. Suppose I better join to get some points. So yes, they changed it from global warming to climate change by us botanists because it's really just a matter of huge temperature streams. Yes, so it's also it's also not just the top heat. It's not just the how hot it's getting. It's also to do with how cold it gets and how much it keeps bouncing around, I suppose. Because yeah, it is bouncing around like fucking crazy. Extremes dyslexia. Yeah. I was about to say, I didn't know the environment streamed. They partnered. Can't wait for the Gulf Stream to stop over so Europe can enter the next ice age. It's going to be so chill. Yeah, literally. Literally.
I guess getting past the man ain't that simple after all. Sure thing, my friend. I can help you out.
The coin lands into your hand as if it has always belonged there. The swallow returns.
Always glad to help out the RCM. Shame I can't do more. Things are meager at the moment due to...
Man, just got AC fitted. This is one of the problems, is that like everyone's like, just get AC. I'm like, yeah, but the energy usage of air conditioning is one of the main contributors to the pollution that's caused by energy generation. So it's kind of like that's a dangerous self-fulfilling prophecy, is if everybody gets aircon, it will instantly get unbearably hot outside. And this is the thing, aircon only works indoors. You know, like I like to go outside, you know, and do things outside. So, you know, I respect people's choices to get air conditioning. I've thought about it for here, but realistically, it is only like unbearably hot for like a week or two usually. But I mean, saying that, it's getting longer. The heat waves are lasting longer. They're not getting drastically hotter. It's only a couple of degrees hotter than it was last time there was a heat wave. But it did go on for like a week and a half rather than 2 or 3 days.
You know, the winter
and yeah,
is slowly
it's still
running
going
out.
up and down now, so.
Still better than scabbing, though.
But the jet stream was just like a Bezos swirl trying to destroy the entire balance of my existence if I stream. I think they say the average temps would fall around 15 degrees C when the Gulf Stream stops. In a way, refusing the reality of climate change is a bit of a class warfare. Yeah, the thing is, the rich can afford to avoid the outcome, right? They're making money and they can afford to, you know, have air conditioning and not go outside or move to somewhere where it's less of a problem. The rest of us can't do that. So yeah, there is an element of class warfare in there, of course, yeah. Just need to pollute faster so it can stop faster. Well, I mean, you know, part of me, the sort of, you know, the anti-establishment old school punk in me wants to say that, you know what? People can't protest if it's 35 degrees outside. Like, they can't stand outside protesting outside factories if it's 35 degrees outside, can they? They're just not going to survive for long, right? So if it's bitterly cold in winter and unbelievably hot, like unbearably hot in summer, people can't stand outside buildings for 2 large chunks of the year. So maybe it's in their interest to get rid of people protesting by making it unbearably hot outside, you know? And I have no doubt there's a whole group of people who own the infrastructure surrounding the production and the installation and the maintenance of air conditioning units that would benefit massively from if everybody suddenly fucking got an air conditioner. So yeah. AC costs money, now you have an extra 100, 200 on temperature. No one going to be outside if it's going to be dangerous to be active, so just escape. Play games and watch TV, it's safer. Yeah, love playing games, don't get me... No, yeah, well, yeah, this is it. They found all sorts of ingenious ways to make it uncomfortable for people to protest, so less people show up. Because yeah, they'll pay. People will be protesting something to do with an increase in price or something being taken away, and a company will spend more developing programs of social engineering to stop people protesting about it. They'll spend more doing that than just fucking doing what the consumer wants. Like, it's so anti-consumer sometimes. It's fucking disgusting. Been shirtless most of this summer. I'm a poor Scandinavian, not used to these 30 degrees Celsius. Yeah, exactly. This is it. You know, and I would walk around shirtless if I was more confident, and also I didn't think it was a bit vulgar. But it depends where you are. Like, in a built-up area like this, walking around without your shirt on is like, ugh, it's a bit like, yeah. But if you're in the countryside, then you're on your own, yeah. Like, if I was camping, you know, I wouldn't have a shirt on for sure. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, like, yeah. I was gonna say, walking around shirtless in a town centre or something, it's like, brother, please.
I'm always glad to help out when possible. Not like these little...
Feel really bad for Scandinavia. UK has a bit of time with this, but Scandinavians is new to this world. America have been suffering this forever. We know it's really 35% of our fault anyway, so me melting is like, well, I guess I deserve it. Yeah, well, this is kind of it. It's, you know, like, the UK is quite green. But that's only because we buy things from China who are not very green at all. Like, we are responsible for a great deal of the manufacturing that goes on in China, and that's one of the biggest contributors to, you know, pollution and therefore climate change. So,
you know,
yeah.
Serious.
Feels like he's hinting at something.
Right, yeah, because we're supposed to speak to him. I think we're supposed to say something specific, but I don't think we can. Right. So... Okay, so yeah, let's do the end of day debrief. But I don't think we can do anything more on day one. But yeah, the UK and America, we both consume a lot, and we also create our fair share of pollution. The UK more indirectly, of course. Like I say, we import lots of stuff, but that doesn't mean that, you know, the pollution caused by the creation or manufacture of that stuff is not our fault, because it is. The market exists for a reason. So I feel like this is the perfect conversation for Disco Elysium. Yeah, well, somebody mentioned, a friend of mine raided over, and someone said that, you know, it's really shit what happened to the developers of this game because of the publisher. I was like, yeah, it's fucked. Like, a game that is profoundly anti-capitalist in numerous places had the rights sold out from under it to some fucking investor, and all the fucking people that worked on the game got fucking screwed over and kind of like ousted from the company once they'd got their IP out of them. It's just the most Disco Elysium thing to happen. You know, it's like, because somebody on social media was like, it's crazy how anti-capitalist Disco Elysium is, yet what happened to the devs after the game was finished, and somebody was like, yeah, the doomed commercial area. And it's like, it's just, there's like a whole doomed commercial area with all these different companies that went under because capitalism doesn't work, right? A pretty clear symbolic reference to that. But then, yeah, the game got fucking absolutely done over by capitalistic greed as soon as it was released. It's like, for fuck's sake, man. It's so ironically true. But yeah, if gamers ever got together, of the many missions that we need to complete, getting the rights of this game back into the hands of the developers, as well as all the other IPs that have been stolen, is something we need to achieve. I feel like an IP, if enough signatures get signed, the owner of an IP should be like, you know, mandated to create something, you know. And I know that's a pretty flimsy mandate, but still. Because, yeah, I think that if you're not going to do anything with an IP, you should have to fucking give it back to the people who designed it. You know, it should, after a certain amount of time, if nothing has been done with the project, it should fall into the hands of the people that created it. And no matter what gets signed, it gets shared between the people that actually develop the game. Because they usually splinter off into different studios. And then Zaum, you know, the people that worked on this game have all splintered off into different studios, Red Info Games and a couple of others as well. So yeah, you'd have to split ownership between them, and then they could decide what to do with it. And if they want to sell it back, then cool. But yeah, I feel like the way the gaming industry creates this graveyard of IPs, because financial viability is so heavily pressured onto various different intellectual properties. If you can't churn out a big AAA game that makes millions but only costs $600,000 to pounds or whatever to make, it just isn't viable. So it just gets shelved. But there's still a lot of people that would buy that game, that would play it. It just wouldn't be as profitable. It would only just about break even. But it's too risky. It has to be a very strong upside risk of investing, 500,000-600,000 euros, pounds, dollars, whatever. But it will easily sell 3-4 million copies and make, 7-8 million pounds in sales in the first few weeks. And then suddenly the people that they went to for investment get a huge return on investment on their sort of, money they put in. But the trouble is, we've moved into an era with game production now where there are too many publishers that are acting like venture capitalist firms, where these publishers are saying, right, we've got 5 or 6 projects on the book. If we can get enough investment from enough people to fund all 5 of these projects, only one of them needs to do well enough for us to get paid, and then that's a success. So from the investment cycle and publisher side of things, they're treating it like startup businesses, that one of them will do well and continue to make a bunch of money, and that then pays off the initial investment with interest or with a bonus or whatever. But this venture capitalist framework, what it means is that out of those 5 projects, they only expect one to do well, and as soon as 3 or 4 of them start to fall, they just fucking leave them to die. And those games sometimes don't even get released, or if they get released, they're massively undercooked. So they do fail, and then that studio, those people that work for that game, they just, that's their first project. It's gone, And then one game does well, sells millions of copies because the marketing worked, and then they start doing whatever they can to generate income off of that game, DLCs and cosmetics and stuff, and gambling basically. And then they do that again, and it's a process in which, rather than a couple of companies that were never going to be viable, not getting started, multiple games that could have been great games just fizzle out and don't become a reality. And it's a shame, because it limits the amount of games that make it to market. But it's very similar to the venture capitalist framework, which is a massive problem, because it burns 5 out of every 6 projects for the sake of profit, and it doesn't work long time, because it burns through IPs, doesn't fucking fund them properly, but they've already been done, and therefore they're copyrighted, so nobody else can go near it as an idea, which limits the creative space. But yeah, it's fucked. It's fucked. Have like 10-year rule. You have to produce something every 10 years. Actually, and now Fantastic Four ended up with Marvel again. Ah, I see. So there is a rule for that. Okay. I see. So now most days, because it's too hot for me to function, it feels awful as a nature photographer not being able to go outside and take pictures of us to survive. Yeah, but I don't know what your equipment's like in the heat, because I know a few nature photographers